So the meeting will come to order, and for public information, a copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act is posted in the back of this meeting room on the east wall, if anybody needs to see that or read that. Clerk will call the roll.
Harris,
Here.
Reisig,
Here.
Meyer,
Here.
Blue,
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Okay, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so let me mention a couple things. I want to welcome everyone that's here this evening. We have a little longer agenda than normal, but we certainly appreciate you being here. I want to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded to be broadcast at a later date. So with that, remember that whoever wants to speak, once you've been recognized, you'll need to be sure and come forward to speak into the microphone. We want to be able to record your information, particularly for when this is played back at a later date so everyone can hear your comments. When you come forward, we ask that you tell us your name and spell your name for the record, which assists the county clerk in putting her minutes together. Remember, there's no swearing or any other inappropriate language, and we appreciate your cooperation with that. We also need to check our cell phones, try and turn them off or to silent as to not cause interruptions. Want to remind the commissioners as well to speak clearly and loudly and directly into your microphone so that your information and comments gets recorded as well. Because of the length of the agenda, somewhere when I determine it to be about midway through the meeting, we will take a break, about an 8-minute recess midway, and I'll figure out when that would be most appropriate. So I think that's our primary things for this evening. Again, appreciate you being here, and we'll try and get started here. The first item is to approve the agenda and consider any modification. Ms. Kelly?
Okay, throwing you under the bus right away. So, our third regular general agenda item, under the general agenda portion,
So that's on the back page?
well, it's on my page 3 of,
It is
Okay.
the back page.
Our
four.
back page.
okay, so, our management accountant and our treasurer have spoken, and they've decided this, refunding or extension is not necessary, but I would need you to consider adding a claim to this run, and I put it in front of you, and I've got a copy at my desk for what that would be to make that payment that is due by January 15th.
So that would be under the consent agenda stuff, Kelly?
Yeah, I would need to add that to the claims. Did I say that all right for you, Robert?
You did, perfect.
Okay,
Right, and so, would we do this as part of the claims then, or Jason, where do you want us to deal with this at?
You talking about dealing with it as a claim?
yes. We would like to add, I don't wanna have a special claim run if I can avoid it, and if we can get it approved tonight, we'll enter it and put it with the stuff when we tell Heather how much money we need to get the bills paid.
We're good.
Are we okay to do it that way? Okay.
And
So,
that
we
way,
need-
meaning in with the other claims,
So
with the regular
the
claims?
pre-approval that you have, that is not transit, cause we have one for you to sign transit only. Our claims run, page 11, 1,186,424.68. We would need to add to that at 357,978.75.
Okay.
Right, so the
Understood.
claim for
So-
this bond payment is 357,
That's correct.
978.75,
So the motion's gonna be to approve the claims with this.
including
add-
this with
Including
it.
that one.
Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. And just for informational purposes, that third agenda item was going to be with the concern that we weren't gonna be able to make this payment easily. But we have found the money to be able to pay it, so we're gonna be able to do it now. Okay? All right, so, we would intend to include that in with the regular claims.
Yes.
When we do that, and we'll specifically mention it, the regular claims being with the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay,
That is what I have for a modification for you to consider.
is there anyone else that has any, agenda changes? Seeing none, I would, ask for, a motion to approve the agenda with the one change.
I move to approve the agenda with that one change and with flexibility of the chair when you decide you wanna take the break.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right, so we have a motion and a second on the agenda item. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses?
All right, motion's carried. Okay, we'll go down, the next item just says the board reserves the right to enter into a closed session if deemed necessary. That would be an executive session. We do not have any executive sessions at the bottom of our agenda, and so we don't anticipate any tonight, but we always reserve the right to go into executive session, if we have the right reasons to do that, and then we normally would get the blessing of our attorney, so, but we don't have any intent of that tonight. All right, so the next item is to, go into our reorganization of the, of the, commissioners and the chair, vice chair, and committee appointments and several different things. You see the list here, there's about 7 or 8 items that we need to go through. And so we'll start with that this evening. The first one in the reorganization is to appoint the chairperson, and that appointment is, for a 1-year period.
I move to, appoint, Mr. Harris as chairperson. Can we have to do it individually?
Looks
So
like it.
Okay,
yeah.
so I move to approve Mark Harris as, chairman.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, for that, and, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Okay, motion's carried. I should mention to everyone that we did have a meeting at 3:30 today, an official meeting, where we used that as somewhat of a work session to go through these items, these first, 4 or 5 items on the, list here. And so some of these, may seem like we're not discussing much, but we did discuss them at length, in that earlier meeting at 3:30, so I would just let everyone know that. Okay, the next item is to appoint vice chairman of the board.
Well, I move that we approve Russ Reisig as the vice chair of the Scotts Bluff Board of Commissioners.
I'd second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second for, Mr. Reisig to be the vice chair. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses?
Motion's carried.
And then, just for everybody's information, I do have a copy. If anything changes, I'll mark that up, but I'd have it available for anybody that needs to see it today,
Okay.
at the end of the meeting.
Okay. So, the next item is to go to the, appoint the officials to various offices. And this means the officials that are, employees, to be appointed to certain departments. And I'm gonna go down through the list and I'll read those to you, so that everyone knows and so that it's, in the record, particularly for the recording that others may be listening to. So the facilities manager, the official for that position is Steve Davidson. County Safety Committee Chairman, that's Steve Baird. Central Communications Director, Celinda Howard. Veteran Service Officer, Matthew Myers. Director of Public Works, Highway Superintendent, Steve Baird. Building and Zoning Director, William Mabin. Weed Control Authority Superintendent, Steve Baird. Personnel Director, Civil Rights Director, Robert Simpson. Management Accountant, Robert Simpson. Detention Center Director, Sheriff Mark Overman. Information Systems Director is Bites. Tourism Director is Brenda Lacey. Transit Manager, Kurt Richter. Region 22 Emergency Management is Rob Crowder. So those are the official, departmental positions that we, take official action on. And that's this item that says to appoint officials to various offices. Are there any questions on that or discussion? All right, hearing none, I'd certainly entertain a motion.
I move that we approve all the aforementioned officials to their official positions as appointed officials for Scotts Bluff County.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to approve those officials to the respective departments that I mentioned. And there will be a written copy of this put together later, and if anyone from the media needs to see that, or anyone needs to see it after the meeting, Kelly said she'll have it available. Okay,
It's handwritten and messy, but I have it.
all right. So any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses?
All right, so the motion's carried. Those people will be appointed as the officials. The next item is to appoint representatives to serve on various boards and committees. So we're gonna go to the other side of our page here. So we have a list of about 25 boards and committees that we serve on. Many of these have primary positions, and some have alternates. And so I am going to read them for the sake of everyone knowing what we're getting ready to approve. These again were discussed at our earlier meeting.
And then if I mark something wrong, I might interrupt you so that we can make sure I get it
All right.
right, okay?
And I'll read through mine and hopefully we'll be on the same page.
Okay,
So, the first one is the Aging Office of Western Nebraska. Mr. Meyer is the primary, and, Mr. Parsley is the alternate. The Airport Authority Board, Mr. Reisig is the primary, Mr. Meyer is the alternate. The Building Utilization Committee, is Mr. Reisig as the primary. The Communications Board, Emergency 911 Advisory Board is Mr. Blue as the primary. I'm the alternate. The Gearing Valley Flood Control Maintenance, Mr. Reisig is the primary. Mr. Meyer is the alternate. The Panhandle Area Development District and Enterprise Zone Committee, Mr. Parsley is the primary. The Community Action Partnership of Western Nebraska, Mr. Meyer is the primary. Mr. Reisig is the alternate. Region 1 Panhandle Health Group Governing Board, Mr. Meyer is the primary. Mr. Parsley is the alternate. Region 1 Office of Human Development, Mr. Meyer is the primary. Mr. Parsley is the alternate. The Panhandle Developmental Disabilities Services, Mr. Meyer is the primary. The Scotts Bluff Drain Maintenance Committee, myself, I'm the primary, and Mr. Blue is the alternate.
Mr. Blue is?
I thought
That's
was-
what I have.
I,
That was Ms. Meyer, I think.
I have Meyer.
oh, that's right, Ken Meyer took, that's right. So you
That's
guys-
on the drain
You
maintenance?
city
Right.
boys get that one.
All right, sorry.
Scotts Bluff.
Okay.
Yeah, it was between you and
All right,
Ken.
very good. Yeah, that's right, I remember that discussion now.
Okay.
The Sheriff Merit Commission, Mr. Blue is the primary, and I'm the alternate. The Tourism Committee, Mr. Parsley is the primary, Mr. Meyer is the alternate. The Weed Control Authority, Mr. Reisig is the primary. The County Personnel Board, I'm the primary, and Mr. Blue is the alternate. The Sarah Title III LEPC, Mr. Parsley is the primary, and Mr. Blue is the alternate. Housing Authority Board, Public Housing Community Advisory Council, Mr. Blue is the primary, and Mr. Parsley is the alternate. The County Safety Committee, Mr. Blue is the primary, Mr. Meyer is the alternate. Sears House Board of Directors, Mr. Reisig is the primary, and Mr. Blue is the alternate. The Scotts Bluff County Extension Board, Mr. Blue is the primary, and I'm the alternate. The Regional Governance Group, I'm the primary, and Mr. Reisig is the alternate. Twin Cities Development, Mr. Parsley is the primary. Information Systems Committee, Mr. Parsley is the primary, Mr. Meyer is the alternate. Corrections Department Contact Person, Mr. Meyer is the primary, Mr. Reisig is the alternate. Region 22 Emergency Management Board of Directors, Mr. Blue is the primary, Mr. Reisig is the alternate. Panhandle Public Health District, I'm the primary, and Mr. Meyer is the alternate. The Heartland Expressway, Mr. Reisig is the primary, and Mr. Meyer is the alternate. Those are the ones I have. Is that then in agreement, Ms. Kelly?
Agreed.
All right, so I don't know how many that is, but it's a bunch.
I do.
Okay, how many is it?
Harris 5,
Oh.
Blue 5, Parsley 5, Meyer 6, Reisig 5, so that looks like 26
26.
different things.
26 committees that we sit on and are part of, so, anyway,
I got 6 on mine.
Good man.
yeah. So anyway, those are the ones we have, for now. Are there any discussion that we need to have? Again, these were discussed earlier.
The only discussion I have is you indicate there's a meeting tomorrow night.
Yes, I've got the minutes in the pickup for you.
Well, I'm gonna be in Colorado. I don't know if I get back in time, I'll go. If not, I would appreciate it if you would
Okay,
fill in for me. But other than that, I should be all right.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to approve these as presented?
I move that we approve the appointments as presented.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve these, committee assignments as presented. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. All right, we'll go to the next item. The next item is to appoint the commissioner liaisons for the appointed officials. So we'll go back to the back page again of this, and those that were, we told you who the employees were that were named as the officials for each one of the different departments, but now is when a commissioner is appointed to be the liaison to that employee official. So let me read through the list. I'll try and do it quickly. The facility manager was Steve Davidson, and Mr. Reisig will be that liaison. The county safety committee chairman, Steve Baird, and Mr. Parsley would be the commissioner liaison. Central Communications Director, Celinda Howard. Mr. Blue would be the liaison. Veteran Service Officer, Matt Myers. Mr. Blue would be the liaison. Director of Public Works, Highway Superintendent, Steve Baird. Mr. Reisig would be the liaison. The Building and Zoning Director, William Mabin. Mr. Meyer would be the liaison. Weed Control Authority Superintendent is Steve Baird. Mr. Reisig would be the liaison. Personnel Director, Civil Rights Director, Robert Simpson. I would be his liaison. The Management Accountant, who's Robert Simpson, I would be his liaison. The Detention Center Director, Sheriff Mark Overman. Mr. Meyer would be his liaison. Information Systems Director, Bites, Mr. Parsley would be their liaison. Tourism Director, Brenda Lacey, Mr. Parsley would be the liaison. Transit Manager, Kurt Richter, Mr. Reisig would be the liaison. And Emergency 21, Emergency Management, or
22.
Region 21, Emergency Management.
22.
Oh, yeah, 22, sorry. Rob Crowder, and Mr. Blue would be the liaison to that. Any questions or discussion on those? All right, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the appointment of the commissioner liaison to the listed officials as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve those liaisons as presented. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll vote.
Dang. You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. All right, so the next item is to consider designation of a Scotts Bluff County website as an additional method of providing notice of meetings. We've been doing that, right, Kelly?
We put it there, yes, but we're hoping for someday that that will be good enough.
Okay, so we have been putting it there, but we have to take an official action once each year, is that right, Kelly?
I just haven't taken it off, so I don't
Okay.
know.
But we're gonna take an action
I
on
need
that
to-
item tonight, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, any comment to that? think this is a recommendation that's also coming out of NACO that we do it this way,
Hang on just a second for me.
okay?
Oh, there it is. Okay, I thought I missed it on my voting system stuff, but I did not.
Okay. Any other discussion? Alright, if not, I'd entertain a motion.
I'd move to, that Scotts Bluff County's website be considered as a designation for, providing notice of public meetings.
I'll second that.
Alright, we have a motion and a second to, have the, Scotts Bluff County website as an additional method of providing notice of meetings. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
I have 5 yeses.
Alright, so the next item is to consider designation of the newspaper for 2026 delinquent tax list publication.
Heather, am I okay to have this on here? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I think the only one that really qualifies for us is the Star Herald.
Yes.
And, any other discussion? Entertain a motion?
I move that we designate the Scotts Bluff Star Herald as a newspaper for 2026 delinquent tax list publications.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Alright, we have a motion and a second to designate the Star Herald as the newspaper for 2026 delinquent tax list publications. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Alright, motion's carried. Alright, I believe that takes care of some of those housekeeping issues that we needed to deal with today. And so now we'll move on down to the consent agenda. And,
I'd move approval of the consent agenda with the addition of an additional claim given to us this evening of $357,978.75.
okay,
I'll second that.
alright. Is there any other discussion? Alright, hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Alright, motion's carried. Alright, the next item is that we go to the Board of Equalization. We'll need a motion to do that.
I'll make a motion to go into the Board of Equalization.
I'll second that.
Alright, so we have a motion to go into Board of Equalization. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Alright, motion's carried. We'll go to the first item under the Board of Equalization, which is discuss and consider approval of 14 vehicle exemptions for Capwin of Gearing. Ms. Heather?
This is Capwin's annual list of vehicles, so everything on here, is just up for their regular renewal, nothing is new. And everything that is not, that does not have motor vehicle tax is off of it, so there's 14 vehicles. It's a total tax loss of $3,906.60. These vehicles are used to deliver food supplies to the hungry, transport youth, to the runaway homeless shelter, and to transport supplies to low-income housing, and transport staff medical supplies to off-main campus medical clinics. So
Okay.
I would recommend approval.
Alright. Any discussion or comments? Entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve the 14 vehicle exemptions for Kaplan. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses?
Motion's carried. We'll go to the next one, discuss and consider approval of 3 vehicle exemptions for the Cirrus House in Scotts Bluff.
If you'll remember, a couple weeks ago, I had you table this because I didn't have the tax amount for the 2023 Equinox. So the total tax loss for these 3 vehicles for the tax year 2026 would be $500.20. And all of these vehicles were previously tax exempt, none of them are new.
Any discussion? Entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the tax exemption for the 3 vehicles for Cirrus House.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to approve the vehicle exemptions for Cirrus House in Scotts Bluff. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Thanks. So the motion's carried. Appreciate it, Heather. The next item under Board of Equalization is to receive the tax list corrections. We have received a list of those this evening, in our packets. About 12 or 13 of them, it looks like. Any questions on any of these from anyone?
Move for approval.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the tax list corrections. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Okay, motion's carried. We'll need a motion to go out of Board of Equalization.
Well, I move that we go out of Board of Equalization.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to go out of Board of Equalization. We'll go ahead and vote.
You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. The next one is the Weed Authority Board. We don't need a motion to go into this one, do we? Yeah, we don't do that one normally, I don't think. Okay. Oh, yeah. And these. Okay,
That's fine. That's fine.
all right, Steve, you wanna go ahead? This is discuss and consider the chairman's signature on 2025 NDA annual reports. And these 5 reports are the ones you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, so I should just say that this is the Weed Control Authority report, the budget report, activity report, infestation report, and control plan. But go ahead, Steve.
Correct. So these reports are for the 2025 calendar year. We have to have these reports submitted by January 31st of this month to the Department of Ag. So the first report, the Weed Control Authority roster, excuse me, is simply you guys listed on their sheet of who the roster is and myself as being the weed superintendent. On there, it just shows how many years of service you guys have been on the board. That's pretty much the extent of that, is who the Weed Control Authority is you guys. Some counties have a separate Weed Control Authority board, separate from the commissioners. This one is not. You guys serve as the Weed Control Authority board. So that's what that report is. I can do them all in one and approve them, or you just want to do it?
How do you want them, Kelly?
You want them
If we
separate?
can do them all at once, it'd be great.
So
Did we get one
I
of
was
those?
just trying to be
it's however you want to
whatever
do it.
you would do.
This one?
Looks
This,
like
it
this one.
looks like
what's that?
this,
Is it in there? All right.
Matt.
I've got it.
No.
You're gonna give us the one to sign? Yeah. Okay.
answer your question.
Oh,
Just
okay, cool.
Sign here all over.
There you go. These require just the chairperson's signature on these at this point, so.
Okay? So we need to, have a motion and act on each one of these individually, right? That's the way you want it,
That's fine.
okay? You're set up that way, you said.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. That's how you're set up.
All right.
Let's do it.
So we can,
Open to that.
so this is, the first one is the report on the Weed Control Authority report. Right?
Yes.
And, so I guess I'd entertain a motion to, approve that, and that's the one that I need to sign?
Yep, you'll have to sign all five.
Okay,
As they get approved.
Yes.
yeah.
I
So-
move that we accept the Weed Control Authority report.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the first one, Weed Control Authority report. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll vote.
Mark?
Oh, sorry.
You have 5 yeses?
All right, motion's carried. We'll go to the next one, the budget report.
Okay, this one too is pretty, simple. It asks for, on the report, it, does last year's budget. It'll look like that, yep. Current year budget, what we spent last year, as a comparison, and then my salary is simply stated on it. There's a whole 5 lines. Last year's, or this year's current year budget, the available funds is the $156,866.29. We expect our expenses to be that. The prior year, our expenses were at $166,720.39, and we took in $7,086.60. Those revenues are off spring, the Gearing Valley drain and the Scotts Bluff drain in late fall here last year. So that's pretty much the budget report. It's pretty simple with this one, so.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on that? All right. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the budget report as presented.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to accept the budget report as presented. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
But don't take them. You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. The next item is the activity report.
Okay, so this is the activity report. It includes several different things. First, how long I was employed. Part of it is how long I was employed as a superintendent. Of course, it's the 52 weeks. It asks for our budget numbers, like that I just read to you. The previous year was the 166,000, and then this year's 156,000. As you go down and you see item number 4, the report should look like that one there, if you can't find it. Tells you how many inspections we did on number 4. So we did 194 spring inspections as far as the annual noxious weed, 29 follow-up inspections, 5 complaint inspections. So total there was 200 and what is that? Around 250 different inspections we did. We sent out on the very bottom of the page, 5B, 73 notices to landowners to spray. By those notices, they're not the 10 and 15 day notices that we'll get into later. They were just actual, I guess, polite letters asking them to spray their noxious weeds. Sometimes we get a good response, sometimes we don't. The next page on page 2, that's what we'll get into in here in just a little bit. You'll see that 6 and 7 are zeros. Those are the 10 and 15 day notices that we've, as far as I can tell, Scotts Bluff County's never sent any out. As far as I went back in Jeff's things, I can never see that they've done a 10 or 15 day notice. And then my training that I went to 2 NWCA meetings, state meetings, they're in that report, and how many times we meet as a weed control authority board, how many times I've talked to the municipalities or road departments around. So, and that is the kind of their, what they call their activity report. So,
Any questions or discussions on this item?
Bless you.
Yeah. Hearing none, entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the activity report.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Steve, just one question.
Yep.
I see on here where we have some railroad property. Does the railroad reimburse for any of that, or?
We don't have the railroad property, that's just, their, right of way that we relate to them to spray their right of way. We have contacts, I have contact for UP and BN. If we have issues with the noxious weeds, to get a hold of them to, spray the noxious weeds on their
And
property.
they've been good about doing
And,
that, I see.
decent, it depends. Sometimes there's a lot of hoops you gotta jump through. BN seems to be worse than UP, but
Really?
UP will,
Okay, thank you.
seems to do it, so yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, so I'd entertain a motion to approve, let's see, which one's this
We've
one, the
got-
activity?
We've got a
We've got a
motion and a
motion on
second.
Oh, sorry.
And I
So,
already opened it up to vote, sorry.
You did?
This is the activity report.
Yeah, the activity report.
Okay, got it?
You have 5 yeses.
Our motion's carried. Go ahead with the infestation report.
This report here simply just breaks the infestation that we found by areas. They have different areas they key out on the left side of that report. They have the railroad, roads, non-agricultural land, pasture land, cropland, and then the county totals down the left side. And then across the top lists the Nebraska noxious weeds across the top. So each one has its rating. These numbers are estimated numbers. These are not exact numbers by any means. When we go out and inspect a field and we pull it up on Beacon, it says it's 140 acres. You know, we kind of estimate acres-wise what's infested, and that's what gets recorded on the infestation report. Of course, our biggest noxious weeds in here is the musk thistle and Canada thistle. So, we also have county noxious weeds of field bindweed and Scotch thistle, and that is kind of right at the bottom of that graph that's added in there at the bottom with roughly 8,600 acres of both of those as far as being infested. So our musk thistle acres, if you look at those, that is by far our biggest acres of infestation as you go through the graph there on all of them.
Okay. Any questions or discussion?
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the noxious weed infestation report. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. For the last item, on this agenda item, which is the control plan.
Okay, so this is our control plan for 2026. The biggest, I'm gonna call it highlight on this as you look through this, is probably, halfway down the first page, has how many infestations or how many open files does NDA have in our county. And currently we have 9 what they call open files. So what those are is the Department of Ag has an inspector that comes out, randomly picks a section, township, range, goes and inspects it. And if it comes back as having Canada musk thistle, they send us an inspection report, and then it is up to us to go and approach the landowner and hopefully get some control taken care of there. These top 7 of those open files are quite a few years old. But we did go back through those this year, sent these people a couple notices to spray these properties. A couple have, and the inspector never got back out here to re-inspect them before winter hit. We have one inspector in this area, and he's out of Holdridge, so he kind of has to make his time to come out this way and do that. But that part there, this open files, is where these 10 and 15-day notices that we're going to talk about here in a minute are going to come in handy, because this is where they hit us on our points we send these reports into the Department of Ag here in a month. They're gonna send us a report card back like they did last year. Out of 1,500 points, we get, I think last year we were around 1,100 or something. I was already told we're gonna get docked on these because now they come up with a nice new rule of if they're over 2 years old and we haven't issued those 10 or 15-day notices, then they're gonna start docking us on our points, I guess, for that. So, that's the biggest thing as far as the control program is that we will have to start doing some 10 and 15-day notices, which of course will hit
So-
the budget more, cause that comes out of the weed budget. So,
Clarification, it's not closed until the state comes out and inspects the area that they,
correct, yeah.
they initially identified.
Yeah, he will come back out and then he will send me a new inspection form saying that it's closed and then it comes off of this list, so,
And he needs to do those inspections while things are growing,
yes,
right?
yep. And they don't even give you these open files until about October, or these inspection reports that they've been out here, so by the time you get to October, you're getting freezing anyway, if you tell him to go spray it, well, he says he can't tell the difference of sprayed or for just winter killing, so they sit there, so.
Till the next-
Yeah, that's pretty much the basic of the control plan. It asks about funding, if, I believe that the program's properly funded. Do I get adequate time to work on it? And questions like that as you go through the pages, so. And on the page 3, that shows your noxious weed infestations, if it's increased or decreased from the year before. Musk thistle, so you can see we calculate about a 800 acre increase in musk thistle this year. The Canada thistle on 2,000 acres. So some of those we do not have in this area, the knotweed and the Sericea lespedeza, we don't have in this area, so.
I'm impressed that you can pronounce it.
No kidding.
Yeah, some of them are pretty tricky. The chemical is worse.
Okay. Is there any other discussion or questions for Steve? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the noxious weed control plan as presented.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion from anyone? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote.
You have 5 yeses?
All right, that motion's carried. So we got that item done, and we're going to the next item, which is discuss and consider a resolution delegating authority to the weed superintendent.
So after going to weed superintendent meetings and discussing these 10 and 15-day notices, they brought up, and their county attorneys brought up, that we need to have a resolution delegating the superintendent the authority to issue those 10 and 15-day notices, because by statute, the statute reads that the weed control authority should issue those notices, just not the superintendent. So Hall County, Howard County, they all did these other counties did this resolution issuing me the authority to issue those notices to do that. And that's simply what this resolution is stating. It says, resolved by the Scotts Bluff County Board of Commissioners as the designated county weed control authority in and for Scotts Bluff County, Nebraska, that the Scotts Bluff County Weed Control Superintendent is hereby delegated the right, power, and authority to perform certain duties authorized by Nebraska Revised Statute 2-955 and Title 25, Article 10 of the Nebraska Administrative Code, including making findings and reports concerning infestation of noxious weeds, issuing notices for control of noxious weeds, including instructions and methods for when and how named weeds are to be controlled, serving and publishing such notices, causing proper control methods to be used on infested lands, filing notice of unpaid weed control assessments to the County Register of Deeds, notifying the county attorney of owner inaction following notice of uncontrolled noxious weeds on property, and certifying unpaid amounts to the county treasurer. Provided, however, that there shall not be delegated the right, power, or authority to hold informal public hearings or to perform any of the duties provided by Nebraska Revised Statute 2-99 or 9552. So, Norma helped do this, and Jason also went over this resolution as well. I guess to write it up. So,
Any questions or discussion? Entertain a motion?
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to consider the resolution delegating authority to the weed superintendent. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Motion's carried. Looks like, do we all need to sign this
Yes, that one requires
I'll
all
just pass it
signatures.
down
and
here.
So will the next one if passed.
All right. Then the next one is discuss and consider resolution for costs associated with a 10 and 15-day notice.
So this resolution was worked up also by Brandy and Norma, and Jason went over this together. As far as costs when we do these enforcements. Just to look at the costs, there's management costs in here that include or not limited to the filing fees of $250, postage, pre and post inspection costs, and they're per parcel for that. So each parcel will have its own separate notice, potential fine on it if this happens.
Is that only a one-time fine or fee?
Yes, providing they take care of it. If not,
Don't
then
they have a deadline, like 30 days?
that it depends on the 10 or 15-day notice. They only get 10 days or 15, whichever we feel is going to be appropriate.
Does that
They get
start-
10 days, and they
does that
and they
start
get
over?
fined $100 a day up to $1,500
Okay, is that called out in here?
until they do that. That's in the state statute. That part's in the state
Okay,
statute. So this is just if we have to go in and spray it for them, or we have to hire somebody. These are costs that we want to recuperate. I guess the labor machine hire spraying is 2 times. That's what the other counties are doing. Mileage, of course, is in this too, as the $2. So, at the top, it just says the resolution for costs associated with official 10 and 15-day noxious weed control notices. Resolved by the Scotts Bluff County Board of Commissioners as the designated weed control authority in and for Scotts Bluff County, Nebraska, that the official cost schedule for 10 and 15-day noxious weed official notice is established herein. Management costs, it says these costs include but are not limited to filing fees, postage, and delivery service fees, pre and post inspection costs. These costs are per parcel, and that's $250. The labor and machine hire spraying costs reflect the ordinary expenditure times 2. For example, if a commercial applicator or contractor charges $80 per hour an acre, the cost charged to the landowner will be $160 per hour an acre. If an aerial applicator is used and cost is $20 per acre, the cost charge would be $40 an acre. Mileage, the county is charged mileage by the commercial applicator. Cost charged for this or in addition to other costs at listed rate per mile, and right now we have $2 in there. And then other miscellaneous costs relating to the control of noxious weeds on noted property will be charged to the landowner in the amount invoiced or determined by the court, and it says such as court costs, and adopted by the Scotts Bluff Weed Board this day. So, though it might seem steep, I guess, the 2 times, but the other county says that you have to hit them in the pocketbook to get them to do anything. So,
Okay? If they do it themselves, they can hire it for half the cost.
yes,
Right.
yeah, or do it themselves and even
Right.
probably be a
Or
little
even
cheaper.
less,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, if we get involved and have to hire somebody or have to do it ourselves, then they're going to pay for it. And so.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions?
Now, does that, if they don't pay, is that in the statute as well, that it attaches to their property, the lien goes onto the tax?
Yes, yep, they'll get sent, a notice. When we do that, we're gonna send them a copy of what that sheet looks like that you have with what the charges are gonna be. And then, that there'll be a lien on their deal and the deeds and notify them to pay. And then I think if it goes as far as that, we even have a little treasurer's certificate that we have to send to them that note that they got a deal with the,
So all that's gotta be part of
center.
this then?
so yeah, so.
We do have a question, Mr. Schaefer, if you wanna come up.
My only question was, is it 10 to 15 days from
And
the date it's mailed?
Who
Name
is
and
it?
spell it for me.
Scott Shaver, S-H-A-V-E-R.
Thank you.
Is it 10 to 15 days from the day it's mailed? Because you know how the mail's been working, we get it like 30 days after it was mailed.
That's a good question.
That's my concern.
I believe it's
that is a
actually from the day
concern.
it's mailed. I think by the statute, I think it's from the day it's mailed, actually. Or actually, I think probably from the day of the notice. The date is noticed on the date of the notice that's sent is when the 10 or 15 days starts. So when we do that, we'll probably send those certified anyway, to make sure people get those notices instead of regular mail.
Certified return receipt?
Yeah, and not that
That'd be a
that's
good
gonna help the
idea.
postal system any, but
We need to include that in our
So-
notice here, our resolution.
I don't think so as far as that. That's
That's your plan.
simple
Yeah,
mailing.
you're
So-
gonna management anyway.
Right, so, and then, hopefully they take care of it.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions?
So for clarification, if you got a farmer that's got Canadian thistle and they get a notice from you, 40-acre pasture, 40 times 80 is what, I mean, that's, if the county were to come out and have to spray that pasture.
Right, so like if they're doing it if it's 40 acres, this is $80 an hour or acre. So yeah, it would be double of what,
Yeah, 160.
right,
$80 an hour,
right.
and so it doesn't
No,
really.
that's not-
Some will charge, it depends on the size. Some will charge by the hour, some will do the acre. So if you get a big field like 160, they're gonna do it by the acre. Smaller little sections that people have, little 10 acres, they'll probably do it by the hour rather than the acre.
And
So
so
that's why it's an hour/acre.
And the aerial was, what was it, $20 an acre, so
Right.
So
And
that would
this on
make
here is just an example.
800, right?
These numbers are
Oh, I
just
understand.
example
I
costs.
see.
So they're not set in stone by any, aerial spraying might be $60 an acre
Well,
out
that's-
here, so
I
we're gonna
thought that was
charge
inexpensive.
120. But, well, so those are just examples.
examples.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Let's see, do we have a motion yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to approve this resolution as well.
I move that we approve a resolution for costs associated with the 10 and 15-day notices.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution for costs associated with the 10 and 15-day notices for the weed control. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote.
You have 5 yeses?
Motion's carried. So we all have to sign that one. Steve, here's the ones that I've signed. I don't know whether Kelly needs to see those or not.
Yeah, this way, so.
Have you signed them,
I've
Steve?
signed them.
Okay.
Okay, I believe that takes care of the Weed Authority Board items. We're flipping over on our agenda anyway to the back page and starting with the general agenda items. The first item is to discuss and consider approval of a resolution of service reduction for Scotts Bluff County Public Transit doing business as Tri-City Roadrunner. Kurt?
Okay, gentlemen, per Title VI requirements, when we have a reduction of services of 10% or more, we have to do the public hearing, which we did on December 11th. There's a 10-day comment period for comments and questions, which has since passed. Other than a couple questions from some folks during the public hearing, we received no comments or questions from the general public, either via email, snail mail, or from the forms that were available at the meeting.
And at my counter and at your office?
Yes, and the clerk's office had them, and we received nothing. I'm preparing just a brief statement on, official letterhead to put in my file stating that none were received, so we have that documentation for the state, Department of the Civil Rights Office with NDOT. So now that that's all the boxes have been checked, I need to get official approval from the board to reduce our services, for the remainder of the fiscal year, through June 30th. I'm hoping what we've worked out will get us through the year without having to do further reductions, but, you know, that's all, kind of on a month-to-month basis at this point. Just have to track expenses and see where we wind up. So what we proposed is we technically already started it today because this is a lengthy process and we need to get going. We have shortened our fixed route services by 3 hours a day. We start an hour later in the morning and we end 2 hours earlier in the evening. And we are also limiting on our curb-to-curb demand response service to 4 vehicles. We're estimating we can handle about 125 trips a day. If we can do more, we will. If we're not able to control that and we're not getting people where they need to be on time, we may have to dial that number back a little bit. And we've taken all of our full-time administrative staff, reduced them to 37.5 hours a week instead of 40, and cut any other expenses we can to try and get through. So essentially, as we put together a resolution to get this formally approved by the board. I'd probably go ahead and read the resolution for those here attending. But the resolution, this is a resolution authorizing the reduction of services for Scotts Bluff County Public Transit, DBA Tri-City Roadrunner, for the remainder of fiscal year 25-26, beginning January 5th, 2026, in accordance with the Title VI requirements. Whereas federal and state funding appropriated for Section 5311 transportation providers is not sufficient to fully fund Tri-City Roadrunner at the current operating levels, and whereas Scotts Bluff County Public Transit desires to maintain services at the highest possible levels within budget limitations, and whereas not implementing these reductions would result in a complete suspension of services prior to the end of the fiscal year due to lack of funding. Now therefore be it resolved that the Scotts Bluff County Board of Commissioners hereby authorize the Director of the Scotts Bluff County Public Transit Program to reduce operating hours and initiate booking limitations as outlined during the public hearing on December 11th, 2025. Such reductions and limitations shall remain in place through June 30th, 2026. I just need an official approval on that, or if you have questions.
Any questions or discussion on this item?
Well, I noticed, that Box Butte County put a public notice out this last week, basically saying pretty much the same thing.
Yeah,
So, it's hitting all the
Yeah,
transits.
Kimball County Transit Service had to do some reductions. Open Plains has done some as well. So it's unfortunately hitting everyone. We are still working on some other funding options, and I am still waiting on some data from the state. So as our state association, we potentially reach out to some of our agencies that may have some available, some excess funding that they may be able to turn back to parcel out to those of us who took the bigger hits, which tend to be the larger agencies that do very conservative budgets. So
June 30th.
yeah, we're hoping right now the next surface transportation bill, which that's where our funding comes from, is, well, they're going to be working on a CR to get us after January. So hopefully they're working on the next 5-year surface transportation bill, which that's where our money comes in, is budget at. Looking like March, maybe April, before we'll know that number for the next fiscal year, and it'll be a 5-year appropriation. So then we can start looking a little farther out, and I think the state's finally kind of getting a better grasp on year-over-year spending, and they are actually working with UNO to develop a performance-based funding formula, where those agencies that are experiencing growth and doing well and managing their funds well are going to be rewarded for that.
And that fits our fiscal year as well, so.
Yeah, and normally it's a 2-year operating agreement with the state. This year they only did a 1-year because it splits in that 5-year plan appropriations bill. So I'll have to do another 1-year operating agreement for next fiscal year, and then it will go back to that 2-year biennium cycle that the state does on their budgets.
Okay.
So.
Any other discussion or questions? All right, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the resolution of the service reduction for Scotts Bluff County Public Transit.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution as presented. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses.
Okay, yeah, you have an original, or, yeah, whatever.
Yep, okay, thank you.
All right, the next item is gonna be discuss and consider approval of grant application CB 270527, funding for diversion. Tamara Fry is here from Scotts Bluff County Diversion Program. So, Tamara, go ahead.
This is my 3rd year writing this grant. It doesn't seem to get any easier year to year. This year, the Crime Commission cut everyone's ask amount due to financial cuts throughout the state. We've gone from 126 to 96 this year. The most we can ask for is 85. We served 104 youth in diversion this year. We had 129 referrals for truancies last year, and currently we're sitting at 64 for this year. Once youth have completed their diversion requirements, those who continue to have unmet needs are transitioned into family support to address extended resources needed. We have had numerous families enter family support, and we continue to provide ongoing services to those families as needed. While community service remains a viable option, we have moved away from relying on it due to increased liability concerns and the reluctance of community sites to accept youth. Instead, we prioritize the use of targeted workbooks that addresses individual needs, life skills development, and financial literacy. The majority of our grant funding is allocated towards educational services for youth, which we believe have a greater long-term effect. So I have the application for the 2027 Community-Based Juvenile Services Aid. I am asking the Crime Commission for $84,350 this year.
And this is a grant that, it's not a matching grant, is
No.
it? Right, but, so, you primarily have to meet their requirements and, then they get you the money.
Yes. This grant supports Isabel Campos. She's my assistant in my office. And then all of our educational needs for youth and youth services.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion on
Yeah,
this item?
What kind of restrictions do you have on spending, if any?
Well, if you look at our operating expenses, it breaks down each need that we have, whether it be trainings, workbooks, incentives, travel expenses, all of that is funded through
So,
the grant,
And
not
that-
the
And
county.
you apply for it in that order so you can spend it back out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And does this also then end up including, I see it talks about, Morrill County and Banner County, is that part of this as well?
Yes.
But
Yes.
we're the facilitator of the money.
Correct, so, Scotts Bluff County was granted 76,000. Morrill County was 9,000 and Banner County were 5,000. But everything is run through me, and so if those counties have any needs, and I actually do Banner County diversion, they don't do their own diversion. Morrill County does do their own diversion, but we still pay for like travel expenses or educational needs that they may have.
Okay. And lets us help them out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's
Any other
acceptable.
questions or discussion on this item? Not seeing any. I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the grant application CB 27-0527 funding for diversion.
Okay. And that includes this memorandum of understanding, is that right?
Yes.
That's what it is, actually.
Yes.
Okay,
So I have originals for you to sign.
okay. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
No.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve these items for, our diversion, for the grant application for diversion and the memorandum of understanding. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll vote. Matt, looks like yours.
You have 5 yeses.
All right, motion's carried. Yeah, I'll sign it for you right away. Okay.
And this is the one do you want us to sign this with?
That's fine with me. So, the next item on the agenda was the, issue concerning the, bonds for, and reissuing that. But what we did before was basically remove this item from the agenda. Would that be correct?
Since we were allowed to include it with the claims, yes. It
Okay.
does end up removing this because we don't need to do it anymore.
We thought we were gonna need to, take some action to pay, or to defer the bond payment. And this, we didn't have to do that, and so this item is officially being taken off the agenda. All right, so we'll go to the next item. Robert, we're gonna do this one, and then I know we have 2 or 3 just like it. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll be brief.
Those will go fast.
All right. So we're gonna go through those 4, and then we're gonna take a break. Okay? So we'll just do it that way. So the first one, discuss and consider approval of the sale of parcel 0103026003.
Yes. So in your packet, you should have a spreadsheet actually outlining 4 different properties, including the one that you just referenced, as well as copies of the map so you can see the actual parcels. I'm coming to the board tonight to seek approval to begin the process, because it is a process to sell these properties. On this particular property, my office was approached by Brendan Rice, attorney for Jonathan and Brittany Coonrad. They're neighbors to this property, and they're interested in it. All of these properties are owned by Scotts Bluff County. I see no reason why the county should retain those. On your spreadsheet, I have, those locations, the legal descriptions, as well as the 2025 assessed values.
Robert, have we always owned them, or did we just acquire them?
We've had them for at least a couple of years, few years. I know the ones in Lyman, which we'll talk about afterwards, I know for a fact 2 or 3 years.
More
So,
than that.
probably more than that, yeah. So, anyway, the purpose of this is to seek approval to put all of these, into an auction. There's a process, that's covered by statute for a public hearing. We have to have a public hearing prior to selling them, that would require us to, to publish for that, public hearing. And once that public hearing happens, I would have to come back to the board, with any commentary or, information from the public on that, from that public hearing. And then the board would have to set a sale date within 2 months of the hearing. When we did that, then we would have to publish again for at least 10 days prior to the hearing, and we would state the time, date, place for the bids, legal description, for the properties that will be sold to the highest bidder. So it, all in all, is probably 3 months to get to that point. I don't know, I do believe that Brendan and his clients are here today. I don't know if they wanna speak, but I think it's pretty straightforward if the board's willing to sell these properties to get the process going.
I'll have a couple questions. Go ahead.
All right, come on up.
Good evening, my name's Brendan Rice, R-I-C-E.
First name too, please.
B-R-E-N-D-A-N.
Thank you.
I represent the Coonrads, who are right back there as well. Their subject property is the 2603, which it sits between two other properties they own. Whenever that property was sold to them, it was actually represented that that property was going with it. Lo and behold, it belongs to the county. Most of it's covered by a ditch easement and a county road right of way, but there's a little bit of space in there. They currently maintain it, they mow it, they use it to travel to their other property to the south, and I think, Mr. Simpson determined that it's probably worth about $400-something once you account for these other encroachments on it. Can't build on it or anything like that, it's just makes their deal a little bit more desirable to have a full stretch there.
Okay, my question is, I see it's sitting right over a roadway, it looks like a field road that goes back to the south. It appears to be south. Is that gonna restrict any flow, anybody's right to ingress, egress that besides you? Is it gonna
No,
affect
so
it? Looks
so
like
you've
it
got
goes beyond your
irrigation.
property. That road goes beyond your property according to this picture I'm looking at.
Right, so this
looked at it
property,
earlier,
Russ,
I just
this
didn't
may
know if I
answer your
put it.
question. So this property is 2.54 acres,
I got it.
of which, approximately 3/4 of an acre is usable for grass, but, not everybody's gonna want less than an acre for grass. But the most of it, is going to be, there's 0.54 acres, there's two different pieces actually. It looks like it's, about 1 3/4 acres that's gonna be roads.
Yeah, well, we
Yes.
think it's a road right now, it looks like mostly road. But
Right.
if that's fenced off, is that gonna stop anybody from getting back into that property and back if you choose to close that down, or does it have easements to where it's an open road?
I mean, the county would retain its right of way or in any road
Yeah.
easement.
No,
that
we would only
stretches.
retain the county roads, we wouldn't, if you buy that property, we wouldn't retain any of that, that's not a county road, that's just
Can we pull it up on your
a
BB?
trail.
That's,
What I'm talking about, can they get back to this property if they fence
I
this road
believe
off?
that is in fact a
yeah,
county
that's,
road.
so it's on the corner of Experiment Farm Road, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sunflower Oil Roads?
Correct.
So this is the southwest corner of that intersection. So that would be a county road.
So, the county's already maintaining that, the county must have an easement for that road.
Well, it's not
I'm
showing that we
assuming.
maintain this section.
Right,
No,
so
but this
there's,
is so small,
yeah, so there's zero value associated with roads anytime
value-
you're out in the country.
right.
There's no
I-
assessed value for roads or canal properties.
I'm not concerned with value, just as long as we don't sell that and fence anybody out that needs access to that, that's all. Just so we don't restrict any access.
Correct.
The deal is fine with me, it's just that we don't restrict access.
The access, I believe the access will remain open because you've got Experiment Farm along the north side of their house there and the north of that, and then that is Sunflower Road, so that still remains
Well,
public.
across from it, Sunflower, this is just a trail coming back in here, that's not Sunflower that we're looking down on right here.
But our,
I believe it is.
Yeah, I believe it is. You can pull it up.
Well, you got a picture, a little bigger picture than that?
Kelly's gonna do us a solid.
It's all
But-
grassed in, it doesn't look like a road to me.
you would be sure that that's ironed out, I
Yeah, I
guess,
would.
before you brought it to us for the
Absolutely.
sale.
Well, that would
Absolutely.
be something Billy maybe could check out, probably, he does.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
and I'm sure
mapping,
Robert does it too.
mapping.
There it is.
How can I
And we
make this
still
better
don't know
for you?
how we
Just increase the
acquired
size of it so they can see it, I
it. We
guess.
still don't know how we acquired it.
I don't know.
I mean,
You had that one in Gearing a few years ago that we just basically did the same thing with, you remember, South Gearing?
So I know there have been longstanding title issues with some of this area due to the reorganization and relocation of county roads in the area.
Right, exactly. And that's how it probably happened, would be the best guess, is that
Yeah.
we ended up with it as we acquired property for the road when it was rerouted. And then we didn't need that portion anymore, and that'd be my guess. I mean, I'm only guessing,
Yeah.
but it makes
Predates
sense that that would happen.
That predates me for sure.
Oh, that is what
We
happened.
don't get to talk off the mic, Amanda.
So Amanda's from our mapping department.
And what did she have to say? Cause we couldn't hear her.
She agreed with me that that was probably what happened, and that was when the road was realigned, we ended up acquiring property to make that happen. We don't need that property specifically, and that's how it probably ended up that way. And we've had other areas that end up with the same thing sometimes. We had one out just on the east edge of Mitchell not all that long ago that in fact, I think the state was part of that one, but,
So you're saying that is truly Sunflower Road going through that?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
So
Yes,
what's
the
this to
north-south
side?
road
That's
is
just a canal?
Sunflower Oil.
And that's
The
a
one
canal?
east-west is gonna be Experiment
And
Farm.
that's the canal.
So those are county roads.
Okay, if it's county road, it's got an easement then.
Correct.
Yeah,
It just didn't look like a county road in this map picture I'm looking at. It looked like
right.
it was
Well,
pretty
this is
much
so
grassed
small,
out.
we can't tell.
I
can't
added
tell.
the road names now too.
Perfect.
Can you see right
Yep,
there?
I can.
Sunflower? And then what else do you need?
I think that's it. I
Okay.
think that answers Russ's
You were
question.
talking about something else.
Yeah, as
Oh,
long as it,
experiment
we
farm
have,
up here.
Yep, right
as long as
there.
that
Is up
road
here.
has flow, it's fine.
Well, does any of the commissioners have any concern about selling this property? As long as it does
Not as
what
long
Russ
as it
says.
has ingress and egress for anybody traveling. As long as it's
Okay.
got an easement.
So I don't think so. So Robert, what will we need to do tonight or later?
Just need to vote to give me, permission to move forward with the process,
Okay,
by publishing and having a public hearing about this property and the other ones we're gonna talk about.
okay. So, any other discussion on this item?
I'd move for approval.
Okay, and so the approval is to authorize
Authorize Robert to move forward with it.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. So we have a motion and a second to move forward with the sale of this property. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5 yeses?
Okay, motion's carried. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. All right, we'll go to the next one, Robert.
Okay, the next one, which is, 010078 and actually it's gonna be the same situation for the next three items, so I'll explain it all at one time.
Okay,
These are three lots the county has owned, I believe for at least a few years, predates me. But they're 3,500 square foot lots. I think they were originally intended for mobile homes. They're right off of 9th Street, so if you know where the school is at in the main road going east and west, it's on the north side of that road, on 9th Street. And, there are three lots. There's two that are, contiguous, and then there's a lot in between, and then the third one. And the lot that's in between those three lots is actually owned by the city of Lyman. We've reached out to the city of Lyman, and we've gotten no response from them. So, in talking with Lisa, I think she did this quite a while ago, but, we also reached out about 7 days ago and haven't heard anything back from the city. So, at least letting them know if we are gonna sell it, hey, it's gonna be available and put it up for bids. That's pretty much straightforward. The assessed values on those is $1 a square foot. It's $3,500, assessed value, for those lots.
is that your assessment now?
It
The
is.
dollar square foot?
$1 square foot.
Good.
And has been for
Last
2
2
years,
years?
2 years, yeah.
Good. So these are long, narrow lots, like you said, they would accommodate a mobile home easily, but
Correct.
some of the others, but if somebody bought two adjacent to each other, they could maybe,
Have a
There's two of 'em,
7,000
Combine
square
them.
two
foot
of 'em
lot.
connected here.
right,
Mm-hmm.
okay? So the story's the same, Robert's asking, to have the authority to proceed with the sale of these properties.
All three of them.
And
We voted
we're
all
gonna
three.
vote one at a time, but yeah,
we
he's,
gonna vote?
there,
You can vote on all three of them at once if you want.
can you?
I
Okay,
can take
Yeah, we're
minutes
just
that
giving
way.
alright,
permission. here.
well, we can,
I mean, if you,
We're not
unless you're
transferring
disputing
anything.
one.
And it's, I think it's fine to do that all at once.
yeah, so, since they're all the same thing and they're all right there together, I think so. Is there anyone here this evening on this item that wants to speak? Alright, hearing none, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the sale of parcel 01007863, parcel number 01007867, and parcel number 0100786665.
Thank you, Mike.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
That was perfect.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to authorize, Robert to proceed with, the sale of these three parcels. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
Matt?
Here you go.
You have 5 yeses.
Alright, so that takes care of those three items. That brings us to the break I promised. We will plan on taking an 8-minute break and be back here at,
6:03.
6:05.
Aye.
6:05.
Clock on. Oh, that's painlessly.
I think I have Robert on the agenda twice, don't I?
Well, I wondered if that was
I don't know how I did that, but it looks like I do.
okay. I wondered if that was another one or what.
Yeah, see, we're way below,
Okay.
we're way below all.
Ready?
Yes.
Everybody's ready? The meeting will come back to order. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, as Kelly was saying right before we shut down, is I believe this was a repeat item that was inadvertently put in the agenda. And so that next item, which talks about the resolution on the bonds, can be taken off of the agenda.
Twice.
Yeah, actually, we did it before and we didn't need it the second time.
Exactly.
It's the same item. All right, then the next item is to discuss and consider the 2027-2030 salary recommendations for county elected officials. I'll remind everyone that if I'm understanding it correctly, we're required by state statute to decide what the salary amounts are gonna be for the years 27, 28, 29, and 30. And that's the actual calendar years, not a fiscal year, but the calendar years. And we do that so that anyone that, the way I understand it, so that anyone that is considering filing for re-election or election, that they'll know what the salary will be before they go file here in the next few months. So that's the purpose of it, and that's why we need to set those. And it has to be done, the way I understand it, by January 15th. We intend to do it tonight. So that's the plan. We did have some information given to us, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, at a meeting here, and, I think it was a work session, and, but it was an official meeting, and, some of the, employees was able to give us information, to, look at. And, anyway, so we're gonna continue that process tonight. And, I would suggest that, I believe there's some of the staff that would like to present some things. And, we'd certainly, allow you guys to go first if you want to. And, then we can go from there. Does anyone want to speak first? Sheriff?
Mark Overman, Scotts Bluff County Sheriff, and I didn't speak the last time,
Alright.
so I'll speak first tonight.
Okay.
So the last time, I told you, gentlemen, that I didn't have any recommendations because I didn't have the information I needed, and I didn't. Norma had sent that out, and some of these other folks got it. I never got it, but anyhow, I did. I don't know that there was any intent there. So, I also told you that I would communicate with you our position on this, and I have done that. I sent this all to you guys last week. I did some research, and I sent you a letter. And so I'll go through the highlights of that letter if you want me to.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, letters provide you with information to discuss compensation for the county sheriff for the years 2027 through 2030. The chief deputy's salary is tied very closely to the sheriff's, so the action you take affects both of us, doesn't affect anyone else in the department, only us. Everyone else in the department is a union member, and we are not. So you set my salary every 4 years, and in effect, you set the chief deputy's salary too. So I referenced the sheriff's salary figures for 2003 to 2026, which 2023 was $100,008. 2024 was 104,004, 25, 108, 156, and 26 is 112,476. Over those 4 years, that is a total compensation increase of 12.46%. And then I showed you that for comparison, the top deputy, there are 12 of them, sergeant 3, and lieutenant, hourly and annual compensation rates without overtime in the sheriff's office during the same period. And all of these were union negotiated increase approved by the commissioners based on comparability with other sheriff's departments in our array. And I will also mention that when we discuss comparability, every year we discuss comparability with Scotts Bluff and Gearing Police Department, because that's our competition. Scotts Bluff and Gearing Police Department and us, we are competing for the same people. And really, it's, even if you take them out, then these increases are based on sheriff's departments and comparability. So deputies in that 4-year period have gone up 39%, sergeants 36%, lieutenants 26%. I can tell you this is based on a couple of things. It's based on COVID, and it's also based on it being in today's America, it is very difficult to hire police officers. People don't want to do that job anymore. They feel like they are under the gun. They're in a bright light, whatever they do, even if they do something the right way. And we've seen that happen here. I've had my officers doxxed, had people put on social media. When the officer did not a thing wrong, put on social media, here's their address, here's where their parents live, here's where their kids go to school, here's who their wife is, here, all this stuff. And so, this officer did nothing wrong, not one thing wrong. But in the public's perception, well, he did something wrong, or he might have, so let's go after him. But anyhow, that's just an aside to tell you that in Nebraska today, it's really hard to hire police officers all the way across the state. And it's not just Nebraska, it's everywhere in this country. I go to the conferences, the folks I work with are law enforcement executives, and around the country, it is this way. So anyhow, that's what's driven these things up, and the only way these increases go up is you guys have to pass that, not my decision. And so that's a union negotiation. And so then I talked about the current compensation for the Scotts Bluff and Gearing police chiefs. And Scotts Bluff is on a scale between 97,000 and 130,500. The Gearing police chief's compensation right now is $118,892. $118,892. And I looked at the different sheriff's offices in our array, and I tried to determine a reliable comparison. But I went to the NACO survey, and I sent you the link to how to get there. Included that in my email to you. And there's a whole bunch of NA entries, and they've got salaries for chief deputy sheriff, and then they go to sheriff and jail administrator, and I know for a fact that some of these are wrong. And so in a lot of these, 2026 it says no value. 2025 it says no value in some of them. There are duplicate entries in here on some counties. And so I know that every other county in Nebraska passed a resolution just like you do, pay all their elected officials through 2026. And so for NERMA to have no value in a whole bunch of these.
It's NACO, and that was provided to them
It's
by
NACO?
clerks, typically.
Right, so, okay, it's NACO. NACO that gave it to this. So you've got sheriff, no jail, and frankly, I'm looking at some of these that I just know they're wrong. And I don't think NACO maybe understood it, and so I could not give you a valid comparison because of the numbers that I know are wrong. I couldn't give you a valid comparison so you can see what you can see. So I believe the best comparison for Scotts Bluff County Sheriff position is compare it to the current compensation for the Gearing Police Chief. The two departments have virtually the same number of sworn officers. I think it's identical, 18 sworn. We've got a part-time, they have part-times too. The Sheriff's Office has some more civilian employees because our responsibilities, we are the delivery and enforcement arm of the courts, and distress warrants, arrest warrants, and prisoner transport, and protection for the courthouse. And the Gearing Police Department, there's no police department that has that responsibility. Across Nebraska, the sheriff's departments have all of that additional responsibility, so it takes some more people to do it. So I remind you what the Gearing Police Chief's current compensation is. Their city staff expects him to receive a 3% COLA sometime in 2026, and I tell you what his 2027 compensation is an estimated $122,459. They expect him to receive a similar COLA every year, and I believe it's fair to set the Scotts Bluff County Sheriff's salary at $122,459 for 2027. That requires an 8.89% increase over the 2026 salary of $112,476. And I also think the 3% COLA is fair, and I put down what the 2027, 28, 29, and 30 salaries would be. So that's our presentation, and the Chief Deputy Troy Brand, we talked about it, we looked about it, and I think it's fair, gentlemen. I think
What
it's
was your
fair.
number again, Sheriff?
Pardon me?
The number you said at the very end there?
122,459.
My recommendation for the 27
Yeah,
is 122,459,
thank you,
and then a 3% COLA every year thereafter.
thank you.
So that's my recommendation. That's how we came about for that recommendation. So if you gentlemen have any questions?
thought-
You made it pretty black and white, Mark. And, except for the fact that as the sheriff, you are the chief law enforcement officer for Scotts Bluff County. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
So when things go south, we don't call the Gearing police chief, we call the sheriff to handle things. So, in my opinion, the responsibility, I think, is probably more than what a city police chief has over a county sheriff. You are the ultimate authority throughout the county. I know you don't wanna accept that responsibility, but you are, you really are. I mean, you can go into any town, you do whatever has to happen, and the job gets done. As a sheriff, and as a sheriff's department. I don't think people realize that. They think, oh, you're out driving around on the roads or doing what needs to be done. It's much more than that. It's much more complicated than that also.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought your report was very good. Spelled out, you know, where you thought you were and have been and headed to, and I thought it was good information. I certainly plugged it into some of the things I was doing, which I'll bring mine up maybe in a little bit.
Okay.
Mine are similar to yours, but a little bit different.
Okay.
The one thing that is a little different that, is a little bit unique in your situation, not totally unique because we have someone else that has the same situation, but then you kinda also have a second job with the county as well. And that being the detention center, and
Right.
you're in charge of that and get paid separately for that.
That's correct.
And, the interesting part to that is so some people ask, well, then do we get a full-time sheriff and a full-time jail administrator, or part-time in both? And so how do you answer that
I
question?
answer that I oversee the jail. I don't work there every day. And you get me there for not the price of a jail administrator. Get me there for less than the price of the lowest ranking corrections officer. And to put that into some perspective for why we came up with that, when I took that sheriff's job, or that jail oversight job, Mr. Meyer was the chairman of the board. He asked me to take it, and then he asked what do you want? So I went to work to try to figure that out. And so I talked to, I looked at sheriff's departments and other jails, and one that's very similar to ours. Ours is 40 to 50% bigger than Buffalo County. Buffalo County is Kearney. And the sheriff there gets a sheriff's salary, and then he negotiated an additional salary to oversee their jail. Inside his jail, he has a chief deputy, and he has a lieutenant. And those are the day-to-day people, and the sheriff has oversight of the jail. And so what we have done, what I ask you gentlemen to do, is tie my compensation at the jail to the same, very similar to the way Kearney does it. But I ask you to put a multiplier on it, because we hold almost 50% more, and we have federal contracts that are complex. They don't have any federal contracts. And we agreed to that when I took that jail over in 2018 or 2019. And then and that's not on your table to negotiate right now, because you've already set those for the last you set that 4 years ago, and that's through 26. And so we don't need to talk about that today, because that's not a part of this. That's a separate entity. I am not the sheriff. Under Nebraska law, you can give the jail to the sheriff, or you can stay a board of corrections. And that's what you decided to do, was stay a board of corrections and not give the jail to the sheriff. And I agreed with that, because it works just fine. There have been no problems whatsoever with you being a board of corrections and me being your appointee, because I'm not your appointee at the sheriff's office. you can set my budget and that's about all you can do. I don't answer to you. I answer to the citizens. At the jail, I answer to you. And we've been doing that now for about 6 or 7 years, and we have not had one problem. None. It's worked well. It's worked well with the financial management and the HR manager, Robert's predecessor, Lisa Ryan. We work closely together, and we always have. And there's been no issues. We have you gentlemen tour the jail quarterly. You come there every 3 months. You come to the jail, and we take a tour, and we sit down, and we have a conversation. So you're very up to date on what's going on at the jail.
The other difference, Mark, is that you have administrative assistant at the jail.
That's true, I do.
And-
So the people that are actually running the jail
Right,
is Vonnie Cotan.
exactly.
And she's paid commensurately. And she
correct.
has one assistant that's salaried named Robert Klaus. So those are the people that generally run the jail. But the jail has 70 roughly employees and 250 inmates and multiple contracts with multiple entities to hold their detainees. I mean, we contract with 5 different states to hold federal detainees. And so what that means is the federal agencies in those 5 states have arrested those people. FBI, DEA, ATF, task forces. And so those folks have a vested interest in what their employees, what their detainees are doing here, and they often have questions for us. And I'm the one that handles the questions from the federal law enforcement agencies. Not all the questions. The marshals, our transport team handles the day-to-day stuff. But when there's other questions that arise, when the FBI calls and needs something, I'm the one that talks to them.
I will say in all of that, I believe I've heard these people talk, sometimes, we've talked at, the, jail tours that we end up, discussing things, but I believe we've all been very pleased with how it's been running. I know we had some major disappointments prior to you being there, and, we have been pleased with how things have been run over there. We simply don't get, complaints that could run rampant and did at one time, in the detention center. And you have the potential of that at the sheriff's office just by the sheer nature of what you do. But we don't. I don't get those kind of calls, or very, very seldom. And so I would just mention to you that we've been very pleased with what you do. This isn't the first time you've heard it. We've told you many times.
That's true. And I appreciate you guys too.
Right, so, just wanna say that, so what my intention was here tonight was to try and let staff present whatever they wanted to first, and then we could present our things, and then as we do, then if staff wants to come back and say anything or whatever, that's okay too. It's gonna be somewhat of a give and take. But I was hoping to let staff pretty much, tell us whatever they wanted to, and we appreciate your
Okay.
information.
I appreciate getting the chance to explain it to you.
And would it still be, I guess, for everybody, my understanding is again that the elected official has so much, and then there's a percentage that normally goes to your deputy.
The only one I know is the sheriff's department, and I can't speak for the rest.
Okay. Is it a set percentage?
It's a set percentage.
By statute?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, by statute, or it may not be by statute, it might have been something that
The board did.
the board set a long time ago.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I spoke last time, so I just, gave you the numbers, and I think, the reason behind the numbers, and I'll just kinda reiterate. I know Mark mentioned, Buffalo County, and Buffalo County is substantially bigger than, I don't know, I talked about it last time. Go ahead and hand it out, sure.
This is from Dave for his portion.
But Mark talked about Buffalo County, and they are substantially larger than Scotts Bluff County.
Thank you.
But for the last years, our office has done the same number of, or almost the same number of felony level cases and tried more felony level jury trials than Buffalo County has. And Buffalo County attorney is salary is $150,000, and he's got 7 or 8. Can't remember if it's 7 or 8. He's advertising for a need for another deputy. And for the last 5 years, I've had myself and either 3 deputies, sometimes down to 2 deputies. So the last 4 years, I think we raised 4% per year. What I'm requesting, or what I'm proposing, is a 6% this year, from 127 and some odd dollars to 135. After that, a 3.6% up to 140,000. And the next 2 years, the same thing, 140,000. Because by that time, I anticipate that I'm going to be done, and the next guy that takes over can negotiate what he wants to for the next salary resolution. And I think that at that point, whoever comes on takes that job at $140,000. I think that's appropriate for him. Like I said, it's been 4 or 5 years since I've been understaffed. I've been doing the same amount of work as Buffalo County and Hall County do. And I'm at the point now where I may actually get some attorneys that can help out, and I'll be almost fully staffed. But the 4% per year for the last 4 years didn't really get me to where I should be. I think 135, it's a 6% increase. Thereafter, 3.6, and it stays that way from 28, 29, and 2030. And I basically just reiterate what I said last time. So, fellas, if you got any questions, let me know.
Your caseload is still more than Buffalo County too, I assume.
It's almost the same as Buffalo County. Like I said, we try a number of jury trials, probably. We try more than Buffalo County. Yeah, so we try more felony level jury trials than Buffalo County
and
does.
they're at 150,000 for their county attorney.
Yeah,
Correct. Okay.
and he's got 7 or 8 deputies, where I've got 3 at this point, 3, sometimes 2.
And your attorneys get, that work in your office get a percentage based on your salary? Or-
No. It's set, the chief deputy would get, and again, that's set by statute. I haven't named anyone as a chief deputy because I don't think at this point, I've got relatively new attorneys, and they're not at the point where anyone's gonna be appointed the chief deputy.
If you had a chief deputy, it is set by state statute.
That's true.
Okay.
Which I think is the same for elected officials.
I can't remember. I read something in, that the, for the sheriff, in my 31-page NACO report, that for the sheriff, it said that, the sheriff's salaries was normally set, or recommended at 120% of what I think the other 5 positions get. And then, if they were also running a jail, it was at 140% of what they would be getting. And I just felt that was maybe a little bit antiquated, only in what's happened in the last 4 or 5 years, as you explained earlier.
Yeah.
And some of your stuff is the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think what they word it as their minimum suggested
Yeah.
also.
Right. And I will say, in all of this, one thing was brought to my attention in the last week or so, and that's that we don't know who's gonna be elected into these positions, do we?
No.
We don't know if we have some people here that have 30 and 40 years of experience. And when we have those people, we may very well be getting a bargain, but we may also get someone that has 0 experience.
And
We
I
don't
think
know.
I think
This
I
is
said
an
that
election.
before, Mark. That's, from my perspective, what you need in this position for a county attorney, the next guy who comes on. He's gotta have experience doing homicide cases, at least a couple homicide cases. Experience doing cases that are dependent on DNA, completely dependent on DNA. He's gotta be familiar with that and be able to present that to a jury in a way that makes sense. Probably a couple of shaken baby syndrome cases, numerous sexual assault felony cases that he has to try to a jury and to verdict. And there's no one in the panhandle that has that experience.
And I
So what
agree.
you're gonna get is, unless we can pull somebody in who has had that kind of experience, yeah, you're gonna have someone who's,
Green,
yeah,
at least
say the
green
least.
to say the least.
yeah.
So, I agree, you know, your position especially is vulnerable to that, I think. But anyway, I just wanna all to remember that that's the real life situation here, is we don't know who the Scotts Bluff County voters are gonna put into each one of these positions. There's some thoughts and there's some guesstimates as to what is gonna happen, but there is no guarantees as to what's gonna happen, and things can change drastically with one election. And so we'll just, as we set up here, we have to keep that in mind as well.
We've talked about it, I've heard it numerous times. The role of this board is, one of the big role of this board is safety. And I mean, even gotten down to the point of, if our roads aren't safe, then, you know, our citizens are put out, whatever. And I don't disagree with that. There isn't a department that we have that isn't important, that is doing what needs to be done. But there are a couple that really affect safety. That's one of it, the gentleman sitting right there, in your job. And you said it. If you don't have the compensation to bring in somebody that has the kind of experience to do what needs to be done, then we're putting criminals right back out on the street because we haven't done the job that we need to do. It's important. And I think it's more important than what everybody really thinks here. Yeah, as I said, all the other departments are important, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that. But when we keep touting the fact that we need to keep safety out in front of us, safety. There's two examples right here, gentlemen, that are important. And we've gone through periods, Mark, I've been here long enough that we've gone through periods with individuals who, oh, I need to be so careful here. We've had instances and times where I didn't feel safe, or I didn't think things were going well. And I don't wanna have to do that with the county attorney's office, with all the things that are going on. We all know we're a corridor for all the stuff that comes out of Colorado and everything else. We don't live in Mayberry anymore. Things happen, serious things happen, and I know some of the things that you're dealing with right now. Probably 25 years ago, you wouldn't have even heard of, but we're dealing with it, and it's not gonna get any better. And I'm really concerned that to bring somebody out of law school or from another smaller county that doesn't deal with the things that we do, we're only hurting ourselves. We're only hurting ourselves.
Yeah, and there's, you know, a politician can run for office. I'm not a politician.
Exactly.
I'm a trial lawyer.
You're an
That's what I do.
attorney.
Yeah,
That's right. That's what the difference is.
yeah.
And Mark's comment about who's going to be elected, if you get enough votes, you can get elected to whatever position that you're running for. That doesn't make you good at that, but you got elected. You got elected. Scotts Bluff County is notorious for electing by name recognition. You don't need to have the experience, boy, if they know you though, you're in. You're in. And I can cite you a lot of examples of where that has happened. Experience is great, and we wish that we could do it. So it's, anyway, that's my soapbox.
Anybody got anything else?
Appreciate it.
Nope. All right.
Thanks. Gene?
We're all
Oh,
three for one. I'm sorry. Well,
My microphone's
I tried to make sure you all had the salary comparison information that we threw together
And I've got it on my
showing
phone here.
the counties that have been in the array for the union negotiations, for our employees negotiations, and showing what their 2026 salary is. Currently in that realm of the 10 counties, we rank 9th. If we follow what the proposed 2027 salary would be in the NACO report, we are 10th. And then looking at the population and the number of parcels. Now, I can't speak for Darla, but for me, Robert, and Heather, the amount of parcels that are in our county are directly reflective of the amount of work that goes on in our offices. And we rank 3rd, so we're almost dead last for salary and 3rd for the number of parcels we have to take care of. So we would, we're gonna present some more information here. I'll let them do that. I gave you this graph that has paint on it. So I pulled the same array as everybody has done, and I kinda copied Jean's, ranking schedule, but mine is a little different. Mine is by caseload. So I added 4 counties in that I compete with, in air quotes, case-wise. I am 2nd to Hall County in the number of filings we have. And this number is as of 10/1. So I didn't update it. I got all of this information, in October, for you. We had 1,141 case filings, civil and criminal, as of that date. Hall County had 1,327, pretty close. So we are number 2 from the Wyoming border to Grand Island in case filings. And we are probably that in jury trials as well. And then ranking by salary, I'm 11th. I have 3 individuals in my office. The gal in Buffalo County has 9. I don't know what they do. I really don't. I think their workload is siloed and somehow split out differently. We work hard. We are very efficient at what we're doing. In the next coming years, we're gonna try and go paperless, which doesn't take away work, it just changes it. It modifies it. It will save me on toner and paper, basically, that's it. So, Dave's office directly affects my office, where the other 3 offices, share data, but it affects them. They process that same transaction 3 different ways to do it. We are also affected, by our civil, the people who walk in, that are unrepresented. More and more and more, the state is pushing people to file their own cases, and in turn not use Jason's firm or one of our other local counsel. That puts a lot more stress on me in my office. We have continuing legal education that we have to complete every year. I think Dave's office, does your staff do that?
We have to have 20 hours.
Yep. So, I have to have more than my staff, but I just put them through 3 hours of ethics training, because our customers are not getting kinder and nicer and easier to deal with, but our case levels are going up. And as Dave gets more fully staffed, our cases, will tick up as well. And as sale prices, as the foreclosure rates go up and down, as interest rates go up and down, the other offices are directly affected by that. We don't add staff, you add duties, and you add functions, and you reward your staff for staying with you, because they have knowledge that you just can't replace quickly or with a paycheck. So, we urge you guys to put us up at the SLICE index in 2027. Keep us there, keep us in our drops as well. The elected population will do that, but
Recog-
we have a lot of knowledge.
And recognize our value.
We work hard.
Yeah.
We work hard, and I'm sorry, but we can't be compared to the surrounding counties. We just can't.
You're talking about the locals surrounding, no. I
And
agree
I don't
with you,
have
Darla.
a city or another office to compare myself to, you know, in the
No.
in the
No.
private sector.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. So all we have to compare to are our constituents across the state. So,
I did throw in for just reference Seward County, which has a population of 17,609, and for salary at 2026 levels, they're third in this array. And they're only dealing with 10,620 parcels.
A lot less work,
Less.
all the way around, a lot less work.
Well,
Yes.
and
they had 263
Yeah.
cases.
And even when you look at, you know, the different facets of our offices, because our offices are a little bit different, you know, throw in auto registration, and on top of this, you know, we're dealing with 40,000 vehicles in the county. When you throw in all the trailers, all the, everything that is licensed and registered in Scotts Bluff County, it's a large number.
The mobile homes you have to deal with.
And the titles with the mobile homes, which, you know, these other two offices help us with also, but, you know, our volume of work is a lot more, when you have larger offices, you have more people that you're taking care of.
What other counties do you help handle though with the, could anybody come to your counter from like Banner County and get plates? Or-
They can't come get plates, they can get titles, we do liens for
I
other
knew
counties.
there was something you could do for
We do
others.
a lot for other counties, and, you know, where we're from bigger counties, and I think I can speak for actually probably all 5 of us, they come to us.
Yeah.
For advice, they come to us for help.
We're on committees.
We're on a lot
Amazing
more
number.
committees, and we represent Scotts Bluff County well.
Throughout the NACO organization. When we present at conferences, they're using our knowledge to pass on to the new and upcoming, in the clerk's register of deeds, election commissioner group, treasurers, I'm sure clerk of the district court, assessor, same way. There's been such a turnover of new people coming in that they're looking to the people who have been there, been in the trenches, have that institutional knowledge to pass on to these new incoming officials.
Well, Darla, you said it, you know, you can't compare locally. And looking at the information that you give, I've been looking through it here for quite some time. Until you hit North Platte, there's nothing even close to what happens here. Not even close.
No, I will tell you, we processed, Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, we processed over 330 protection orders this year. That is almost half.
And I don't have all that, but what I've got is what their salary is and what their population is.
Yeah.
So there's nothing close until you hit North Platte.
We become subject matter experts.
Yes.
I can imagine.
In what we do.
I can imagine.
I know I participate in it, I know Heather, I don't know about Darla. Kelly participates in the mentorship program that NACO has instituted that allows us to share knowledge once a month via Zoom call with people
Other
across.
counties.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I joined to be taught, and they called me a mentor. So,
And
that's pretty cool.
And the mentorship program started within the treasurers, and it actually started out of a meeting that several of us had, because our county is so big. I mean, we're kind of unique in that we're a very big county in a rural area, so we kind of have a different take on things than the counties do around us. So, I mean, we get calls from people in these counties on how to do stuff.
nearly every day.
When you say we're a big county in a rural area, you're talking big in population,
Big
I'm
in
assuming.
population.
Right.
Big in workload.
And in caseloads, yeah, that's the other thing that I'm seeing.
And just for reference, our deputies all earn 80% of what we earn.
By state statute,
State
I believe.
statute says 65.
It's
I think it's 65 to 80.
80%.
But I think this board decided
Years ago.
12, 16 years ago to move to 80. I think we were at 75.
What was that again? 75, 80, what?
80% of what they get, their
salaries.
deputies get.
Okay, the deputies in the, in whatever
In their
office.
In their office get.
So it's 80 right now?
It's
Yes.
80 for Kelly, myself, Heather, Darla, and Robert.
For the 5. Yeah, Gene, there are a couple of, I don't know, two of the, so I have two different, spreadsheets. One of them has Scotts Bluff listed as the second,
Oh, I think this one.
and then this one is third, but I think
I think this one is
the most
the-
recent.
The
No,
reference.
this one is not, cause I
Okay.
got a better figure.
Okay,
from,
okay, so,
Yeah, this one.
so we are
So we are
third, and, okay,
So that's weird.
in
because
ranking.
Are you talking about
registered
salary,
voters
Matt?
are almost, and have been since I started, almost equal to clerk.
See, cause I've got,
That came from Robert's office.
oh yeah, over here, yeah.
Mine is 22.
Yeah.
22,400 approximately.
463.
Yeah, it's still not correct, yeah, gotcha.
So,
Do you have, I don't have those sheets there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, ladies, that you
Yeah,
wanna tell us?
So we also want, to come in, you know, with the slice index, and bump us up to that slice number. And we would like to start at, 3.5% a year increase. Now the NACO study does recommend that you don't eliminate COLAs from elected officials. The last 4 years, elected officials here did not receive COLAs.
And
then you
I
guys
disagree
over
with
here-
that, but
Right.
you
All
got
elected
increases,
officials.
you certainly got increases.
And our
I call them
deputies.
COLAs, but you don't.
Well,
Well, but we don't
but
get a
it's-
step increase.
Yeah, you're
You can call them
appointed
what you want to.
officials.
They're a
It is.
combination between COLAs and step
But
increases.
nope, they're two different,
Mark,
two different things.
there are ranges that you pay employees, or appointed employees by. Plus, they're allowed a step increase
That is.
pursuant to
The
an
other
evaluation.
employees.
Yeah,
Yes,
are
your other
appointed,
appointed officials.
they get they
Get
are,
a yearly step increase.
Not yearly.
Yes, they,
Yes.
yes, they do.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not
do.
yearly.
If
They're
Almost
every
all
other
of them.
year.
if it's not yearly, then it's every other
Every
year,
other.
and their percentage is
Still the same.
5% instead of 2.5%.
But you have a lot more newer appointed officials than you do older appointed officials, I think. Like I'm not picking on anybody, but just off the top of my head, Celinda, she's brand new, so she's getting a step increase every year. Or-
And then she'll get a
and then
cost of
she's
living.
also getting a cost of living.
When they are given.
And then once she hits year 6, then it goes to like every other year
Right.
for the step
For
increase.
5%, which equals out to 2.5.
The same
And-
2.5%.
And you can call them what you want to, but
Well,
I'll
but they're-
call them a
but they're two-
combination between a COLA and a step. And
they're two
but you
separate
got
things. They are two separate
increases,
things,
you
though.
got increases. And you choose to call them one thing, I choose to call them something
Well,
else, but
but
you've
we're-
got increases.
We're asking for at least the consideration of getting both numbers instead of just getting one. Because
keeps
compared
us-
to, because that's why we're in the position of needing to take a huge jump to even get close to what the CIR says we should make. It's
According-
because we haven't gotten,
All that.
cause we're behind.
Yeah, the last 4 years, we just got a percentage increase, so we were behind 4 years ago. And in another 4 years, we're gonna be even further behind.
So for,
Appreciate it.
for just, before you leave, for clarification, what you're asking 3.5 plus, a COLA. Right.
Because all of the elected officials
I just
should-
wanted to make sure I
yeah,
understood where you were
But
coming.
including the sheriff and including the county attorney, they
I
should
think
be,
they all should get COLAs when, all of us, all elected officials, including yourselves, should get COLAs when they are given. It keeps you on a trajectory going forward. So when it comes time to replace each and every one of us, these salaries are kept in line. And every 4 years, we're not up here with the
Begging for
same
more money.
argument. It just keeps us moving forward. And because we have a lot of responsibility, and I think we all do it very well. So,
I would agree.
thank you.
thanks.
All right, thanks. Robert, Kelly, you haven't officially been in front of the microphone. Does anyone want to speak?
I did when I wanted to.
Oh,
I
okay.
kept butting in.
Okay,
from here.
so you've spoke as well then, is what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Robert?
I've purposely stayed out of the negotiations for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I think the ladies did a perfect job representing all of our offices.
I know you're in a little different situation here,
Right.
and, it's a little bit precarious for you. And, so I think that's probably a good thing. Our surveyor's not here, but, our public defender's not here. But I think everyone else has had a chance to speak, is that right? Except for the county commissioners, but we're gonna talk pretty soon, so. And when I say county commissioners, I mean because our salaries is in this as well, so. Okay, if there's any other comments from the, public, let's take that now, and then we're gonna go to commissioners here next. Okay? Then the commissioners, no particular order, whoever wants to start with any thoughts or questions, go ahead.
One of my concerns deals with our budget. And I've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks. We don't really know the impact of the cap the state put on us. We know how it impacted us this year for 2026, but we don't really know for sure the impact in 2027. I personally am in agreement with what you folks are asking for. I think it's fair and reasonable. But my only concern is we need to make sure we're keeping in mind the best we can, how is it gonna affect our budget for 2027? And that's the big mystery. Nobody knows for sure. I guess we'll find out at the end of this year. But, so that's my only concern, because I agree, Scotts Bluff County is unique, because we do have a very high crime rate. We've had very serious criminal cases over the last 10, 20 years that other counties, many counties of like size don't experience near what we do. And I agree with David. They try numerous cases, not just, in his case, it's all felony cases. And unfortunately, Scotts Bluff County has a lot of felony cases for whatever reason. And big part of that is the drug issue. But I totally agree with the sheriff and the county attorney that public safety is our #1 responsibility. And as a commissioner, that has to be our #1 responsibility. I know everybody up here shares that same view. But we gotta guarantee that we keep good people, good qualified people in our county attorney's office, public defender's office, our law enforcement, corrections, those type people. And along with that, we need to set salaries that are very competitive so that we can attract qualified people who want to run for those offices. I'd like to be a little stingier if I could, cause I'm kind of a tight person, but I recognize that, you know, we are drifting further and further behind, and we need to really pick up the pace a little bit here, so.
I would agree, Mike. I think, safety is obviously, it's important, but I also think that the, Register of Deeds, the assessor, the treasurer, the county, clerk, it may not deal specifically with safety, but it's really important that we keep, the personnel that we have, not just, those elected officials, but the people that work in the office with them. And if their salary is based on, what the head of the office takes or gets paid, that has a trickle down.
Yeah.
And my concern is, down the road, we may get what we pay for, or what we've paid for. That if we, you know, just looking at the number of parcels and, where we rank in terms of salary and compare that with the number of parcels, it's amazing the amount of work that these individual offices are doing for the amount of pay that they're getting paid. So I guess that's all I have.
Yeah. And I will share one thing, I'm not a big fan of step increases just for the sake of being here a long time. I'm a big advocate of merit-based raises because, I've worked in both type of atmospheres, and I believe merit-based increases are far better because you have individuals who will, be a little more professional, maybe work a little harder, knowing that their next step increase is based on merit, not just because they sit in that seat forever.
That's how it works. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
based on your
Right.
evaluation.
Yeah, I've done evaluations for the
Okay.
county.
It's not a
and-
guarantee.
And, you know, you can deny a step increase. But I am a big fan of merit-based promotions, and that's what I hope all of our department heads and elected officials are looking at when they, look at pay raises for their employees. Look at, okay, is this person really doing the job up to the standard that we expect? And that's what our citizens out there expect too. Unfortunately, as elected officials, the appointed officials and commissioners, we're always under the gun. We're under the microscope all the time. And unfortunately, you take a lot of flack as a public employee, because I've been a public employee pretty much all my life. And it is tough because we get a lot of, I guess, bad reputations, or they
Feedback or
assume we do as little as possible, which we don't. But there again, I'm a big fan of getting us where we need to be, but also to make sure our taxpayers are getting the bang for the buck, so to speak.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that the number of parcels, to me, that's merit-based. You can certainly justify, increasing salary. But I agree.
Oh, I was gonna ask, how do you guys are asking for a set COLA. Now, if we were to give the rest of the employees a 2%, depending on the year, who knows what's coming down the pipe, you're still asking for a 3%. How does that work then? I mean, knowing that.
You have to set ours now.
What's that?
You have to set ours now, right now. That's what the statute says.
We can't adjust those COLAs. They're not adjustable. That's what I'm asking. Are they adjustable with everybody
I'm
else?
gonna tell you what I asked you for. I haven't seen anybody else's.
Yeah, I seen what.
I don't know what else they've said. The last time you set ours at 3%. We said we're gonna set you at this for the first year, and then you get 3% raise each year after that. And then we see how that works out. Well, this time, maybe sometimes that would get you ahead of what the cost of living is. This time, it's not ahead. It's like, and you see the numbers of what happened in my office, how my officers went up to 20, 30% and more, and we went up 12. Okay, so even we're still behind that. And when you compare what my officers make, what my senior officers, best paid guys make, compared to what we make, it's shrunk. And I'm not asking you to get it, I'm asking you for something that's
I remember when
reasonable.
COLA,
But that 3% that I ask you for, you can only do that right now.
that's what I'm asking.
That's why
I
I'm
didn't-
asking you to do it right now.
Okay.
You
See, I-
can't decide it every
Well,
year.
I wasn't involved in the last round of this, so I don't know how it all works, that's why. I'm
That's,
asking.
that's my answer.
Okay.
Darla, did you say on your, when you finished up, it would be the percentage that we're looking at here and a COLA if a COLA is given? So
If a
that,
COLA
so
is
it's
given,
not a
that's okay,
guaranteed COLA.
That's
If
what I'm
everybody gets 2%, you get 2%, or whatever.
Gentlemen, the difference here, I'm not asking you for the COLA if you give it. I'm
Yeah.
asking for 3% a year. If you give a COLA, not asking for it.
Gotcha.
Just a 3% increase. You're asking for a
They're
3%. Yeah, you're asking for an
These ladies
increase.
are asking you for something different than I'm asking.
Right.
And that makes sense. We have different.
That's why I wasn't understanding that part of it, so I
That's my
understand.
proposal.
I got you.
So I do believe, and Darla, come on up, but in the NACO book, it gives several different types of language that can leave that COLA open. And this is language that NACO is suggesting could be an option.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 21.
Thank you.
And, I think maybe the prior page might have some of them. Yeah, 20 and 21.
Yep.
And, so there's several different ways to write that up. They don't have to be guaranteed, but frankly, I like the idea of figuring it out now.
Well, do you?
Well, I do, that's the resolution that we passed last time.
Yes.
And I just think, for future people, a lot of these people know how this system works. But if you have people that wanna run for office, I think it's helpful to them to know 4 years, the 4 years they'd be serving, here's what they would be getting paid.
Yes.
And I believe they need to
if
be
you leave the
percentage
COLA
increases of some type.
If you leave the COLA open, then that number will fluctuate.
vary.
If you
That's right.
give us a set COLA amount, we know, you know, everybody knows at the end of these 4 years what that salary is going to be and how much money that these people will have to pay to get their name on the ballot.
Right, and this, what we did last time did that.
Yes, and the
This-
time before we got, we were awarded COLAs as given on a yearly basis.
Once Dave brought it to our attention that it was allowed, I think it was in the resolution already, but it hadn't been given to the elected. Is that right? Okay.
Okay, I think that the two things we need to take consideration. Number one, we're behind.
Yes.
We are behind. So we need to do some type of action to get us somewhere close
Yes.
to those that are equal to us in either population or workload or whatever.
Any combination.
Any combination of all of those. Secondly is if we don't do the yearly increases, whether it be 3% or whatever it is, 3 years, 4 years from now, we're gonna be having this very same conversation.
Yes, and probably a little more.
And
heated.
we are consistently low. We are always low. Why, I don't know, but it's just the way that's just the way it is.
Yes,
And I think it's time we fix it.
I agree, and I would, we would all entertain a fixed COLA, a percentage every year increase. You give us the slice that first year, seems like a lot of money, it's really not, in comparison to what's coming down the road. For us 5 individuals, it's about $50,000.
That's just what I was gonna ask. I'd asked Heather to put that number together, and so we're at about 50,000.
Yeah,
Okay,
for that first year.
thank you,
That's the bump.
thank you.
For the sheriff and for Dave, and for the other individuals, I think there's some flex in there. Might be higher, might be lower. But, every year, we get our, every resolution year, we get assigned a salary for the 4 coming years. And the COLA has never, has always wavered one way or the other. 4 years ago, Five of us got less of an increase than the others. You know, and everybody is coming in on our own face this year. Us five have joined together, but the sheriff and, Dave are here to plead their case, wisely.
And the same thing goes for these two.
It does, and it
What-
goes for
what-
you as well.
What I just said, we are behind, we've been behind.
Yeah.
If we don't take the necessary steps to get us to some kind of starting point and then to keep up with it, again, we're gonna be talking about the very, very same thing.
Yes,
Hence your
and-
argument for the slice.
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
And how anybody can go to work in the county attorney's office for $140,000 a year. It just amazes me, and I've said it 100 times, Dave, and you know how I feel about that.
People can go to work for the county attorney's office for 140, but, they may not be qualified.
Get what you pay for.
Yeah, and we get what we paid for.
Just 'cause you pass the bar doesn't make you an attorney.
I did look that your increases last year were 4%, 4%, 4%. That's what they were.
Right.
So,
No calls.
4% COLA is what I call it.
But even the last year, we're still behind.
Yeah.
We're still
As well as
behind.
they were.
Absolutely. We continue
So,
to slip behind. And unless we keep on a trajectory every year that we increase, in 4 years, we're gonna be back at the table again.
Well, I don't think anybody's ever suggested that you shouldn't increase it. The question is, we don't all agree on what that amount should be.
I
There's no
understand.
doubt about it, and we gotta deal with that right here and now, don't
Yep,
we?
we do. Some
So-
hard decisions need to be made.
Right, so I'll mention some of the things I have on my list. So as I looked at the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and not the Slice Index, it still says that for the last 5 to 6 years, that averaged about 3.1%. Now, I know that somehow with, even the state and somehow even with NACO or whatever, the slice amount is different. The other thing I saw from the consumer price, or I should say from the Department of Labor, was that of the highest increases come from healthcare and government employees, including local government. That's where the highest increases are. Okay, every other sector is below that. So, I just mentioned that. I think we need to take that into consideration, if that's really our competition as well. But I always like to think about the private sector, and I'm always a little concerned as to how we as government employees compare to the private sector. And I know sometimes we don't wanna talk about that a lot, because, well, we'll get into that maybe just in a minute, and then tell me about, some of these offices are not 40 hours a week, would that be true?
Yes,
And so which offices are those?
I am not.
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the people that work in your office, and the office that you keep open to the public is not 40 hours.
No, 37 and a half.
37 and a half?
Working, we are open 8 to 4:30.
Yeah.
We don't close down for lunch, so we're there, but
But you stagger employees.
Correct.
But you work 30, on the time cards, generally speaking, it's 37 and a half
yes,
for your people.
Kelly's, mine, Heather's, I can't speak to the others.
Darla's, yours is the same?
Mine's
Is it-
40.
Yours
Is
is
it-
40.
Conceivable that other counties are on that same,
or less.
yeah. So what they're getting paid, is,
A lot of them close for the lunch hour, and then
There's
just.
35 hours for a week.
Regionally, we have a lot that are closed either all day on Friday or either half a day on Friday.
But we're better than that because we wanna serve the customer, right?
Agreed.
Right,
Which you've been
that's
doing.
our purpose, right? Is to serve the customer.
Yeah, we're not,
Their hours are different
Right.
and they're closed on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
So they open earlier and they close later, but they're closed for part of the day
Sure,
on Friday.
but we've all hopefully declared that our job is to serve our customers, our constituents. And so, anyway, so just wanted to be sure I understood that, cause I thought that was partially the case.
When we talk about that, our office is open over lunch hour. Our office opens at 7:30, we go to 4:30 because that's when courthouse closes. But
The
we're-
building,
But there's somebody in my office over lunch hour, it's never closed,
right?
over lunch hour.
And I would assume that, again, because we're looking out for the customer, right? Because that's what's important here, the customer.
we have court that starts at 8,
Good,
so we open,
7:30ish.
well, I'm there at 7:30.
I know, and I know what's required of the salaried official should normally require that you're there earlier and later and all kinds of hours in between and some Saturdays and all kinds of stuff,
So
right?
we went to 7.5 hour days, one, because we had a small dip in our case numbers. That was one, but two, for budget purposes. I'm there at 7:30. I don't leave before 5,
You, but your people do.
but my people, they are there from 7:45, 7:50 until 4:30 or beyond if we have people at the counter. We are there, the courthouse closes at 4:30, so at that point, we balance our drawers and my staff leaves.
And the closing at 7:30, was that, established by the judges or?
Opening
Yeah,
at 7:30. The judges don't come in before 8.
Right, but do they care what hours the courthouse is open? Who establishes that?
That was established before me, I don't know.
We do it in concert with the judges, the county attorney, I mean, if you have court that starts at 8, then you better have your security people there early.
Right, 7:30, I would guess, right?
1:30 at least.
Right, I would think. All right, well, I appreciate that. So, as I was trying to take a look at the 31 pages that was part of the NACO study, or all of the NACO study, other than, of course, then the other 8 pages was the benefits report. And when I started looking at the benefits report, that also concerned me a little bit, only in that I believe our benefits outweigh virtually all of them. And Heather, I know you're, and Jean shaking your heads no, but as I looked at it, that's what I saw. I believe that you have, benefits anywhere from 30 to 50% of the actual salary,
You know, healthcare benefits or?
all
All
of
of the above.
benefits,
Vacation, sick leave.
all of them. When you add them all together, it's somewhere between 30 and 50% in addition to what they get paid.
Well, we
And
don't
so
get sick
it's
leave
not,
or
what's that?
We don't get sick leave or vacation. We're paid a salary.
Right?
I
And
think you're gonna find most of us are
it doesn't
there.
mean you don't get it, you certainly take it.
Well, I think we're gonna, well,
I don't,
I don't take holidays, I don't take.
yeah, I don't think everyone.
I
takes
take your,
it.
I take your holidays.
24/7, so.
And we're
Yeah.
always, we might be off, but our phones are ringing.
Yep,
We're answering
emails,
email.
I know it.
working at home.
I've been there. I've been in that thought process for 40 years, just like some of you have.
A lot of counties get a cash in lieu, do not get cash in lieu for insurance.
Right?
Or their officials have their health insurance completely paid for. You're gonna find there's probably 70 counties that have their health insurance.
I think we would do that in a heartbeat for the employee.
I would love to see that happen.
Yeah,
Yeah, for the employee only, and then you pay for the others.
Never been something that's,
never
I-
been on the table.
Well, to me, I'm pretty sure that that would work out better, but we could sure look at that in the long run.
but those benefits, I mean, that's still not salary.
It's not salary, it's benefits.
It says specifically also that you cannot take that into that you're not supposed to take that into account when setting salary.
Well, when do I get to take it into account?
Well, there were probably
Well,
20 years I didn't take it.
I do take it into account, and this is really the only time that it's really possible to do that. So, I do take it into account. I will say again, I already mentioned the CPI and what it told me, and that's on the average over the last 5 years or so is 3.1, I think it was. One of the things that still, you talk about the highest workload, higher than anyone else, or at virtually higher than anyone else, and I suspect part of that's true depending on how we compare things. But what I also know is we're the highest in the mill levy, right? Third highest in the state. Sarpy, Lancaster, Douglas County, those three are higher than us. And then we're right in there at fourth or fifth.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I've got them here if you wanna start looking at them.
Yeah, and the one thing that I would add to that, Mark, is that you have to, the calculation isn't just the levy, it's what is the valuation. Their valuations are vastly different than ours, so it allows them to have a lower levy.
I understand that somewhat,
Right.
but the fact of the matter is, our constituents, because of the mill levy, ends up paying more than many other counties. And so we certainly have that to look at, and it can't just be ignored. We can't just say, well, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Again, we already mentioned the fact that we don't know who we're gonna get in these positions. We're gonna hope for the best, and having experienced people there, I hope the voters, will see, who the qualified individuals are. But as Ken said, it doesn't always happen that way. And sometimes it's a sad thing, and, sometimes that's what happens. I agree with the story of, safety, public safety, law enforcement, prosecuting, and courts are critical. And I do believe that we have somewhat of a high crime rate, and part of those issues, the way I see it, based on some of the numbers that were provided to me, is that we have a high amount of population per square mile, 48, I believe it said, and most everybody else, of course, in the Panhandle, which you would assume is probably 10 or less. We are a low, medium income, and that contributes to that, and a low income all across the board, and that contributes to that same problem. And you people in the public safety sector see that every single day. That those are a lot of times the people you're dealing with when you're doing day-to-day crime issues. And I do admit, and in fact, I asked Kelly the question about how do we compare these positions to the private sector? And it's very difficult. NACO suggested a little bit of how they compare, but even that to me didn't make total sense in some of the areas. I do believe that as I compare sometimes to some of the offices downstairs here, that a lot of times I, in my own mind, compare them to banking positions. And so I see them, some of the responsibilities being similar. But in any event, I agree with Mike to the extent of if we could do these increases all based on merit, that'd be neat. But this process today doesn't allow for that. The process today says, regardless of who you have in that position, how much are you gonna pay that position? Because and I say it many times when I start thinking about personnel issues, is that we can't talk about the person that's in that position today. We're talking about the position. And how do we deal with the position, and how much do we pay that position?
I think, Mark, even, paying the position, I would agree. But when you have a level of expertise in that position, it behooves us to keep them.
It does,
And part of
if
that-
you could promise me they'll be there. Well, but you
and
can't
so
promise
I
me
think,
that.
salary in part, it doesn't insure it, but salary in part helps to keep those experienced people here.
Running again.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess running again, cause
Running
you don't know
again.
whether they're gonna
We
win or
don't
not,
know
but,
whether they'll be elected or not. And it hopefully will encourage whoever. I always say, well, if I'm running, I want 3, 4, 5, 6 people running against me. I want the people to have a choice. I want them to choose who they think the best person is. And, I'm assuming that the rest of elected officials kind of feel the same way. The other thing, of course, we haven't mentioned the commissioner part, although I believe when we talked at our last meeting, I believe the consensus was the commissioners were talking about holding the line. I'm interested in holding the line across the board. And I have some numbers that I've put down for every position that we're talking about. Certainly have some numbers, to throw out. They're somewhat similar, to yours. It doesn't start at 89,000 for your positions. It gets there, but it doesn't start there, in my opinion. And, but anyway, I don't know, I wanna be fair, I can throw my numbers out there at any point in time. And, what I learned the last time that we did this was, again, we don't have to have exact numbers that are divisible by 12, but ultimately, the person doing the payroll needs one that divides by 12, so.
We'll make it work.
Yeah,
But
we can round easy
The
enough.
payroll coordinator's smart enough to divide it and
Yeah, we
put the
can
number
round
in.
without any problem.
Yeah.
I kinda already did that.
Okay, do you have a copy for me?
Mine,
Yeah,
I do,
okay.
but
I'm
and
just
I'm-
curious before I'm trying to
No,
keep up with
well-
you writing it down.
the answer is no, I don't, but I'll give you mine.
Okay,
Okay.
and then does anybody else have numbers?
You're
Okay.
talking, you're talking about different wages for different offices, Mark?
Yep.
But I was assuming that when that's set, those wages are for all of the offices, that there isn't a differential in pay. Is that correct?
Well, 5 of them are the same.
5 are the same.
5 are the same,
Fine.
eliminating, the sheriff and
has their own
the county attorney
paragraph,
County
county
They have-
attorney.
they have
Public
theirs.
defender and the surveyor
and the public
and the
defender.
commissioners.
Yeah. Like what I gave you guys. I
Right.
gave you, didn't I give
Yep,
you a
that
copy
resolution.
like this? So
You
you
gave
could
us the
write in?
You gave us the copy of the resolution. Oh, which one is that?
It's in the back.
One with blanks? Did I give you one with blanks?
Yeah,
I think you did.
There are, in the packet, I can't find it, but there's this one with
That-
the blanks.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the packet.
Okay,
We've got them.
okay.
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay.
And what I tried to do was take the information given to me from the salary study, 31 pages, and the other 8 pages. And I also tried to incorporate the information that you guys gave me
Okay,
and, all of that information, and tried to plug in numbers that I thought was reasonable and doable, but, and so just for the fun of it, let me throw the first line out, and the first line that I have is for the 5 positions, so we can get those talked about. And the first one starts at 82,656, then goes to 85,980, and then to 89,400, and then to 92,880. These are approximate, but that first one I believe is a 5% increase or somewhere close to it, and then 4, 4, and 4. Those are approximate. I'm not promising you that's what that is.
So one thing I would comment on that really would say that would get us to what we're asking for the first year. So that would, I think, the argument from the electeds would be that in 4 years, we're gonna be 4 years behind, and we're gonna have the same conversation.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against your numbers, Mark, but I don't know that we've accomplished what we're trying to do.
Right, well,
We're
and I think,
close,
well,
close, but,
yeah, I think I've accomplished what I wanted to do. I don't think I've accomplished what you wanna do.
okay, do
It's
you
not
have,
just me.
No, I think there's 2 here at least, and I don't know how these 2 feel.
are you gonna go through your recommendations for all of these positions right now?
I think we're gonna make those decisions tonight.
I know you're gonna, I'm
Oh, I
hoping you make
can.
decisions, are you gonna keep going?
I can if they want me to.
Well, I'm trying to figure
I
out how
don't
to
wanna
say it.
have an unfair advantage by throwing my numbers.
Can I see that sheriff one again? Mine's on my phone, I don't have a
Oh,
copy.
the sheriff sheet?
Yeah. Thank you. I'll just keep the ball rolling here, cause otherwise we're gonna keep talking. I'm gonna make a motion.
Oh,
I'm gonna make a motion that the 2027 salary for the sheriff is 122,459. 28 is 126, 132. 29 is 129, 916. 2030 is 133, 814, which is comparable to the information that he gave us. As presented. Also in that motion, the salary for 2026 for the county attorney is 127,320, or excuse me, 135.
Okay, hang on.
I'm sorry. 2026 is 127,320.
No,
27.
we're doing 27.
127,320, too many numbers.
Give me
Yeah.
the number again,
127,320, proposed salary of 135 for 27. 140 for 28, 140 for 29, and 30. We'll talk about the COLA here in a second. And the other individuals, and again, we're not talking about the public defender
Yeah.
or the,
And you're gonna try and put all these into one motion? Or
I
they'll
don't
just-
have to.
Well, seems to me we just will get past one at
You
a
wanna-
time.
you wanna do one at a
and-
time?
Well, one line at a time, I think.
All right,
I think-
I'll amend my motion. I'm gonna start with the sheriff. that the sheriff be paid in 2027, 122, 459, 2028, 126, 132, 2029, 129, 916, and 2030, 133, 814. That's my motion.
That's given the 3% on each one of those years.
No,
That's exactly what he was.
That's what you're saying, is
Sheriff was
3%.
proposing.
that's what it is a 3%.
I would
Except for
second-
the first year.
I'll second that motion.
Okay? So you have a motion and a second now on the sheriff only.
Right. So we have a motion and a second for the numbers that the sheriff recommended.
And can they be read again, either from you or so we know what it is that we're,
Yeah, 2027 is 122, 459. 2028 is 126, 132. 2029 is 129, 916. And 2030 is 133, 814. We have a motion and a second, right? Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mine's slightly lower than that, but,
Really?
meaning 119,040, 124,080, 129,840, 133,800. So,
close. It ends up
the
$14
last two
less.
are virtually
Yeah,
the
really.
same. The first two are a little less. But they're close. So we have a motion and a second for the numbers that the sheriff gave and which Ken gave to us as the motion. Any other discussion? All right. Hearing none, I think we should vote on it.
Okay.
And it's okay to do this?
It is now,
Okay,
Okay,
are we good?
yeah.
all right, so let's vote.
Matt,
Come on.
Can I think I voted wrong.
well, fix it.
How do I do it? Oh, yeah, I did it. I got it now.
Mine isn't, it's not responding.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
Just use your pen, that's what I have to do. with
I have,
mine.
I have.
You broke it.
You're out of battery. You have him shut off, Kelly?
Battery? No.
Could be, I don't know.
Okay, we take a break. Just
It's really low.
Can you open that? Can you get that thing open?
Yeah,
Can you get this open?
Yeah, they open.
Turn for that one. Got a knife?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
since we're voting on your salary, probably
It's the
get
least
some
you
help
can do
from
is
you.
get the battery and the voting machine.
You're being a military man, things like this.
Isn't those the ones that have to be out of the package for a few seconds before the,
What?
You got one for me,
I just
thanks.
learned that story.
Really?
Needs to.
There's some of
I do
those
need
little
to.
flat batteries that have to hit the oxygen for about 30 seconds and.
Oh, like don't
They'll-
put it there?
No, I think there is okay. These are sealed packages, I think.
Yeah?
Thanks. Thank
Someone
you.
said they don't activate till they hit the oxygen.
Oh, wait. While you've got your knife out, let me just cut that off so I don't think that there's.
Well, you voted anyway.
Oh,
Yeah, you got it up there.
Well, I hope I voted.
Must
It
have
should
been
say
batteries.
okay on
I
it.
haven't closed it yet, so pick your vote.
See what it says on there. What's it say on your screen?
It
Just
does on your
one or
screen.
two.
It doesn't
It
say.
says
It
one
right here.
now.
It says
Yeah,
okay.
but on this one, one
It
or
says right
two.
on your screen.
On your.
What does it say on your screen right
It
there,
says
Matt?
one. Okay, one.
Okay,
You're good then.
That's
so
it.
that means you voted yes, if that's what you want.
That's good.
Okay,
Okay, can I
Since
close
I
the vote?
seconded it.
yeah.
Yes.
You have 4 yeses, 1 no, the nay being Mark Harris.
Okay,
Okay, my second motion,
Wait,
what?
so that's a,
well, I just
That
have a
motion's-
battery that I'd like to put away.
that
Like,
motion's
sit
approved.
back down and write what you're saying, stuff like that.
Let me know when I can make my motion, would you please?
Who is this for, first of all, Ken?
This is going to be for the county attorney.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Salary for 2026 is 127,320.
27.
27.
We're setting salaries
27.
for 27.
Proposal is salary of 135 for 2027,
Okay?
140 for 2028, 140 for 2029, and 2030 with the COLA.
That's just the last, so in
What-
29 and 30,
What's that?
in 29 and 30.
Right, they stay this,
Yeah,
he's
29
off, I think,
yeah.
1 year.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
where I was-
last 2 years, it stays at
That
140.
first one was throwing me off, so we're all right. Okay, that's my motion.
I don't understand. Will you repeat it, please?
All right, the motion is proposed salary,
Okay?
First block is 122.
no,
No.
135
Okay?
for 2027,
Okay?
140 for 2028,
Okay?
140 for 2029, and 2030 with a COLA.
I'll second that.
I'm absolutely voting against that to the extent that we leave it open in the COLA. Why can't we figure it out now and put it in there?
Oh, you're talking about,
Yeah,
being
add
specific.
3%, add 4%,
You
whatever
just,
you wanna
and
do.
you said what you
and-
just did?
And
Yeah,
make it a
I
number.
thought that's what we did,
Well,
but
not
am I
right
wrong?
here. You just said 140, 140, 140.
Plus
Plus
3%.
a COLA.
Plus a COLA,
He said plus a COLA.
yeah.
Right.
All right, well, let's figure out what that is and put that number in here, if that's all right with you.
I could be wrong, Mark, but I think the intention was if you give the employee base a COLA, that he would get the same COLA.
I understand.
exactly right.
Okay.
I
Right.
understand,
Okay, that's my motion.
but
Who
that's,
was my
Seconded.
second?
Mike seconded.
Thank you.
So it'll be just based on the employee's COLA, right?
That's right.
For the one.
Okay.
2 years,
The last 2.
29
That's
and 30.
correct. That's
Right.
correct.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? And again, I'll just say, I strongly disagree with doing it that way, but anyway, that's fine. So let's go ahead and vote.
Four yeses, 1 no. The nay is Harris.
Okay, and then I'm just confirming that that COLA means whatever COLA is given to the other people.
Correct.
That's
Right.
That's on
I
the
have
table.
another motion.
Go for it.
So it could be 0.
Wait, for what?
Right.
For county clerk, register of deeds, county treasurer, clerk of the district court, and for the county assessor.
Okay, hang on, please. Paragraph. Motion. Parsley. Okay, I am,
So, for the year 2027, 89,107. For 2028, 91,780. For 2029, 94,534. And then for 2030, 97,370.
So that's 3.5 the first year and then 3% after that. Okay. I'll
It
second
was
that.
how much the first year?
3.5 the first year.
3.5
it's
over what?
What was the first number you had there?
89,107, so we're
89,107.
giving them
107?
That's a 3.5%.
89,107. It
That's
would
the
give them
slice.
that, close to that slice to start it out. I think once we get them caught up, I think it's more likely that we can stay with those other counties. That's just where I'm at.
3.5 this year and 3% for the following 28, 29, and 30.
What number are you using first and then multiplied times 3.5?
89,107, that's the very first.
Number. I
Yes.
understand.
and that
He's
in-
telling me that's a
no.
3.5% increase.
Well, that's
That's
including,
not.
that's including the 3.5%, right?
That's the slice, and that's exactly what the NACO study says.
And that's the 3.5, the 3.5 equates to 89,107. Is that correct?
No.
No, it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay,
It
First
doesn't.
year, it's
It's
All right.
like
89,107
5 or
is based
6 or
solely on,
7%.
It's our recommended
is
salary.
based solely on the NACO.
on the NACO report. Okay.
Recommendation.
All right, I got you now, I'm sorry.
They were
I
getting
think-
I was
paid
confused.
78, and so it's about a 10% increase.
And my argument, Mark, is that I think to get, these county officials caught up with other counties, I think that, that needs to be done. And then we can stay within that 3.5%. It's just, I understand that
You know-
it is a jump, but I think it gets us caught up or
The only-
closer to what those other counties
We're,
are.
we're still missing an equation on this thing. We don't know how much staff goes with those wages. I mean, if you got 5 people working with those people, sure, you're gonna get a lot more done.
Yeah.
If the top payer up here's only got 1 person working with them, sure, they're gonna get less done. But you got 2 more wages you can add on to that. I mean, you stop and think about adding 4 extra people here.
Well, but are you talking about 4 extra
Talking
people?
about their
other-
staff, I'm talking about their staff, there's no equation here on this
But
chart
those-
that tells us how, when you have an elected official, how much staff each one of these offices have, but you're seeing how much the elected official has.
But we're only dealing with 1 person. The
I
other one-
realize you are,
The other
but
ones are on the
but
salary
we're
scale.
basing this on the amount of workload. How in the heck do we know what the amount of workload is if we don't know how much staff are in those offices?
We don't know, cause we don't know how much staff they need.
That's right. We don't have a flow chart.
Right.
Well, we can't see all these people.
Gentlemen, you decide through your budgets, through the budget process, how much staff everybody has.
We don't
And
get
you
that
to
choice.
say.
We can
At
cut
budget
their.
time, we do, but
You
it's
decide
never
how
been,
much staff everybody has.
it's virtually never been questioned, and we talked about the merit story and doing the step increase. Of the step increases given, okay, or the step, increases that are available, I'll guarantee you, in fact, I have asked this question before, but more than 90% of the people are approved for a step increase.
Who does that math for you?
That I got from, I believe, Lisa, but I
Okay.
can't say that for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
But it came out of that office, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
so basically, we have a ranking system 1 through 5, 3 being
I
you're
know.
doing everything, you meet expectations.
I know.
So if you score a 3, 4, 5, you get that raise.
Right.
If you are 2 or below, I would assume that you are on a performance improvement plan and possibly going out the door if
Right.
you're not
Yeah, you're
performing.
probably headed out, probably.
Right.
But I know how the system works, I'm just telling you that my understanding was is that more than 90% of the people get a step increase. Right?
That's right. That's right.
But what I'm saying is though, if you have, these people are getting a higher rate than what our people are getting, if they've got 2 extra staff, you've got extra money, you can give them a big wage and still have extra money left.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, but we gotta deal with that at budget time.
Well, I'm just saying,
Now,
but we don't have no
today's not
equation
the
to
day
look.
to deal with that,
Yeah.
Well,
in my opinion.
right now, we're dealing
I'm
with
just-
1
Yeah.
person.
I realize
person
it.
only.
Yeah, the
I
budget
realize
is
it,
the
but
time to
we
address
gotta
and get people
we gotta
overstaffed.
figure out where the money comes from. If you're short, if they have shorter staff on these higher paid people, there's plenty of money to pay that extra money with.
Well, I would suggest that as they want the higher and higher
I'm
and
just saying.
higher amounts, then it may affect
It's gonna
either
affect
the
staff.
number of people they have or
That's
what the other people get paid. So,
We can't stay 3rd highest in the state and maintain this county.
3rd highest for
Mill levy.
I think Rob never.
That's one part of the equation.
Yeah,
You can't
I'm not.
look at it in isolation. You if you have a 3 billion valuation versus a 9 billion valuation, of course.
There's a
lot of
big there's a big
Right.
difference in what your mill levy is.
Right, and as a matter of fact, again, those that have the highest valuation are the ones that have the highest mill levies. Okay, and so I don't know exactly how we at $4 billion valuation, how we get stuck in the highest. Because it's the highest valuations with the highest mill levies, the metro counties,
You're
that's
gonna
who's
have to
the
offer
highest.
more services, more than
Well,
likely.
I think it is, I think we all.
I know, but
Are
all
you
of a
clear with your
sudden,
motion, Matt?
maybe we're trying to
That
match some of that.
3.5% is not in addition to,
That's correct.
right, okay.
So, yeah, where are we? What motion are we on?
Same one Matt made.
That- he
I'll
made
read it
a bad
again.
motion.
All right,
So,
It ends up at 97.
oh, yeah.
all those
370.
five, right, that's right, 97,
370.
370.
Right, I think we got those numbers.
Yeah, I got him wrote down.
We do have a motion and a second.
Okay.
Just a second before you do, do you have what you would total out of where you would have been after the 4 years with Darla?
Darla.
Do I what?
Well, if you calculated out, what would your last, what is,
What
90,
percentage?
20, on your 2030,
2030, what would your pay be at 2030 on your,
97,370?
that's what he's got right there.
These numbers are her numbers.
I think it's
Oh,
close,
well, he
yeah.
cut his starting numbers lower, it says $600 lower.
The
He
start
came in
is-
at $600
The starting
less.
numbers, his starting number's higher,
Yeah,
Lower.
and then it jumps to the second, to the 3%
That's right.
across.
You had 97,107, didn't you?
That's correct, that's correct.
89,107.
89,107
That's lower.
for 2027.
You were 600 lower coming in.
The-
Matt's request is the same request that's on this sheet of paper that we gave you. It's at the 3%. It's moving us up to the slice,
The slice that we talked about at the last meeting, that's what,
and then it's 3% on top of that every year.
right.
It's just moving us up once and then getting us to that.
Well, I understand, I just was wondering if it was the same, cause he started out with a smaller number, and he's come up with the same number again.
89,107, that's exactly what,
That's,
what
you had
they have, right?
89,107 coming in, and you come
That's
up with the
correct.
exact same number at the tail end, I don't know how you did that,
He
but,
didn't,
Well, it's
his
3%
last number is
right there.
97,370.
This
that's
is,
correct.
this is the sheet
That's
Heather
what I
gave
have.
us this afternoon.
And that's what she has, and the
That's
two
what
starting numbers aren't the same.
That's what the motion and second are.
Right. All right, that's the motion and second, so it's, starting at 89,107 and a 3% across the board, the way I see it. And, but the numbers that Matt read. And I still disagree with it, but anyway, that's where I'll be in, so.
Can I open-
Anyway, so any other discussion? Let's vote.
You have 4 yeses and 1 no, the nay being Harris.
Okay. So motion carries. So we have public defender, county surveyor, and then the commissioners. So,
Public defender, commissioners, surveyor.
so
is
let's do,
what you have.
let's do public defender if we can, get the higher ones out of the way. I believe
I don't have any numbers for those two.
of course, they didn't give us anything.
Yeah, I don't have.
And we've
any.
been, yeah, and so, yeah, it's hard to come up with anything if they don't give you something, huh?
Well,
Cause
Do-
all
Has
the
it been
rest
well?
of them have been
Dave,
what
do you
people
have
have asked.
any thought on that? The public defender?
Well, it's my understanding that Mr. Meister had another heart issue.
Oh, really?
Was here in the hospital, was flown to Denver or Fort Collins, eventually had a stent put in. So he hasn't been in the office for the last 2.5 to 3 weeks. I thought he was gonna be back today, somebody said, and he's not back today. So I have no idea.
I would only say that based on last year, his across the board, I believe, was at about 85% of what yours were, is what my numbers show.
I have no idea.
That's what you're calculating. Would you like to make that
So,
into a motion?
Nah, not really, but, but I'm just telling you what I saw. Okay, I will give you numbers.
Okay.
At 85%.
Okay, this
I
is
think-
from
this-
you for public
This
defender?
is from me for public defender.
Okay.
114, 144.
Okay,
In 28, 119, 832.
What was that again, Mark?
119, 832.
For 2028.
Yep. And then 29 is 123, 480. And 30 would be 127, 200.
What was the first one, Mark?
114, 144.
So it jumped.
And you're putting a 3% on that, or 2.5%?
But then the third one you dropped to 119. Did I get?
No.
Did I miss
One
your-
Second one's
14,
119.
Is that the-
114, 119.
Did you use a 3% in between on that? What'd you use on that?
Again, these are just rounded, but somewhere in
Ken,
the
what's the matter?
neighborhood.
He started at 114, 144.
Right.
114,
Oh, that's what it is. I put 144 as the,
okay.
that's where it is.
114, 144.
Approximately, the first number was a 6% increase.
Okay.
5% increase the next year, 3% and 3%.
I would second that if it needs a second.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
motion.
Do we have a second?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Hold up, I forgot to
got-
put it in here.
Kelly woke up.
Okay.
Well, I was
seen her
taking
wake up.
one
I seen you wake up
resolution.
over
She
there.
took a little trip, but she's back.
She scared herself when she woke up.
She did.
I'm gonna throw something somewhere. Okay, I'm ready.
You're ready to vote? So you have a motion and a second.
second.
You know what the numbers are.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go ahead and vote.
There you go.
You have 5 yeses.
You got everybody to vote for it.
Yeah, I got you in there that
Makes you
time.
feel a little better.
How'd that work?
Man, I feel warm and fuzzy, I'll tell
Do
you.
you feel good
you
now?
do.
Yeah. So, Robert, let's go to the surveyor next. Robert, do you, the mapping has kinda always had at least some thoughts here. Do you have any thoughts on this?
You know, the wage that the surveyor currently makes is a nominal wage.
Right, it was 3,000,
That's right,
straight across the board.
straight across the board. I've not had any conversations with Dennis about what his expectations are. I do know that outside of that, that gets us very little, if anything. And then if he has to go out and find a certain, go above and beyond whatever gets us that $3,000, we do get
We
billings.
get nothing out of 3,000.
Not much, if
Nothing,
any.
nothing. We
We get bills from MC Shaft if we need to do additional work.
Additional.
That's
He,
right.
his bill, I think, last year was over $60,000.
Well,
I don't have anything to verify that.
if I,
I know.
Don't forget, he had to pay 2 years in the same budget for
In-
something.
yeah, I can't remember what that deal
don't remember
was.
that again.
Well, and he's also, in his budget, he's figured in for insurance, which he doesn't do.
Right.
And why are we doing that? I still don't get that.
Because the rule is, we budget for every employee
What if you
in the
change your
county.
mind?
Whether they take it or not, especially in the other offices, we never know if they're gonna lose a person, gain a person, and then that person needs it.
That's right.
So we always budget for it.
Right. That's the most conservative thing to do, just budget for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
Are we talking
Well,
about the?
so basically, the story is, whatever you give him, he's probably gonna he's gonna surpass that 3, I put 4,000.
Whatever.
He's gonna surpass that, and then they're gonna bill us.
That's right.
Again, somehow I thought that, Susie, when she was doing things out there, that she tried to, kinda limit, I mean, they were the ones asking him to do things in 90% of the cases.
Road and Bridge uses him a lot too.
Road
That's
and
right.
Bridge does some.
That's right. We do
And
try
then-
to limit it to where we need a corner, if we need a corner.
And then one of the questions there is if someone from the public needs something, I mean, they should be paying personally if it's
They should
just
contact
a,
you directly,
if
and
it's,
let Shaft bill it.
if it's just a public issue.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say public, if it's a
private,
private issue.
Right, and what we do is we actually have a list of the available surveyors that we can
Right.
give to them and they can choose.
Yeah, right, they can choose their own.
That's right.
And they should pay for their own in
Correct.
many cases.
That's right.
Unless you and the mapping department deem it to be to a public benefit,
Right, correct.
and that you're willing to pay for it.
That's right.
So I don't care, what, 3,000, 4,000, do you care?
I think it was at 27 for eons.
2,700?
And
Yeah.
then you guys in the last one put it to
Robert, do you
the
use,
3,000.
the thought here is that we are giving MC Shaft the money, not,
Yeah, it's all going to Shaft.
yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, he
But-
does the work.
He does the work, but do we ever offer that to anybody else, or do we have to offer it
He's
to him?
elected, so.
No, it goes to him. If we need something for the county, it goes to him.
And then
But
it
we
goes
could,
to
we
Shaft
could
after
hire
that.
someone else if we chose to.
Okay,
It goes to him,
It goes to him.
meaning Shaft.
Yeah.
Shaft, right.
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 And, but if it's something that's needed from the private citizen, then you give them a list of who they can choose
they can
on their
choose.
own.
That's
Gotcha.
right.
I got you.
So I mean, I don't care what you want, 3,
I say leave it at 3,000.
then he's still gonna.
'Cause they
bill
got a
us.
basis and they just bill us at will. So
My
we really
motion
don't
is
need to
for
raise it.
3,000 all 4 years,
I'll second that.
okay? So we have a motion for 3,000 all 4 years, that's divisible by 12, I think. So, anyway,
Hold up.
any other discussion on that? All right, tell us when you're ready to vote.
Are your marks? Get set. Go.
Vote.
You have 5 yeses,
All right.
You ought to feel so good
Solidarity.
now.
3,000 all
What?
4 years.
You ought to feel just wonderful.
Yeah, I've got 2
You got,
votes that, oh man, I am feeling warm and fuzzy.
You should.
All over.
You really should.
All right, so now,
Okay, now I have a question real
Yeah.
fast. Are you doing the commissioners and the chairperson in one motion or 2?
I would suspect 2, but
Right.
According to that sheet that you give, we don't have to do the commissioners yet.
well, I don't think I don't think they intended to do that. Let me see here. So at the
Or is that
bottom of
just
your
a-
resolution, Kelly, at the bottom of your resolution.
Every
page,
2 years we address the commissioners.
Kelly, look what's on the
look
bottom
at-
here, he's
look
trying to
what's
show
on
you.
the bottom here
right.
of your resolution. Here's bottom.
I know, but this was all one resolution and you guys are making motions all separately. That's why I'm asking how to set this up. You have,
You didn't read it.
what?
It's
for all
already
the
been
years.
decided through to 2030. the
But then we did
commissioners.
it again in 2 years from,
Right.
in 26, we just did it for 2 and 4, and now we're doing
So
it
let me see
again
what
for
you're s- what
1,
you're-
3, 5.
Cause I'm looking at this paragraph right here.
This is on the resolution.
Oh, that resolution.
It's before.
This is a draft copy of something, right?
Yes, but it's also before I learned about the resolutions for the off-year commissioners.
Right.
We had never done that in Scotts Bluff County before. You have an opportunity to change your salaries every 2 years. We hadn't done that,
Before.
we hadn't ever addressed that before, until 2 years ago.
If we set it for 4, they know what they're gonna get paid,
True.
Yeah.
right? And that's the goal here.
Yeah.
Is that they would know what they're gonna get paid.
So, can I ask, Kelly, what's the salary right now?
The same, they haven't changed it since,
20,
24,
893. And it's been that way for, this'll be the 8th year,
Yeah.
Right.
So,
I think.
We've been in office for 7 years.
Right. So, starting now it's the 8th year. 24,893. And I have no problem
There's no
at
need for an increase.
leaving them where they're at. I don't have any problem if you wanna change the chairman one to something different, I mean, lower. That doesn't bother me, but 24,893, I'm okay with that. It's been that way for 8 years and I don't mind going 4 more.
Tell me
That's
the
not-
number again, just so I don't have to
Well,
look at it.
24,893, what it is
24,893.
I'll second that.
You're gonna lower
I-
it, lower the chairman's to that? Is that what you're saying?
No.
We're
We
gonna
haven't
vote on the
addressed the
chairman
chairperson
separate.
yet. If
So
I-
this is for 4 commissioners. 24,893.
That's the same as it's always been.
How do you expect me to pay off my Montgomery Ward card?
I would, I understand, Mike, you expressed the idea that, that you didn't want a raise. And-
No,
And I'm
absolutely not.
inclined to say that too, I don't want more money.
No.
But I am concerned about, other people running for commissioner. And I think it should be,
This job isn't about the money.
I know, I would agree
Right.
with you, I'm not asking for it.
If it was zero, it wouldn't
But
hurt my
if you, along with, all the other salaries, I looked at the commissioners that are paid in these other counties. And guess what, Scotts Bluff is a bit behind them. And I don't, me personally, I'm totally fine with leaving it there. But I am concerned down the road, in 2016, I think Mark Masterton was chairperson of the board, or of the commissioners, and he, got them to approve a significant increase in the commissioner's salary. And it was like, I think,
About 34%.
But he never realized any of it.
rightfully so. No, I just, and honestly, if we, it shouldn't be considering, money that we're gonna make. It's just how much we should pay our county commissioners. And I think that was Mark's intent. I don't think it was,
No,
so
I
I can
think-
get it. But I
You're
do
right.
think it,
It needed raised, it was too low.
He,
Yes. So-
I was part of that.
Yep.
my concern, and I'm totally okay with Mark's motion, but my concern is down the road, when it is needed, we increase it. If we could incrementally stay that 3% or whatever, I think we're better off in the long run.
Or you want to add the COLA to it?
Honestly, that would probably, you should at least be giving yourself cost of living increases. If, I mean, even if you're not giving yourself a base salary increase, if you give the employees cost of living increases, you should at least be giving yourself a cost of living increase.
Because then you have a huge jump. I think it was 38%, I thought it was 38%.
Yeah.
So.
It was big, there's no
It-
doubt, yeah.
Because it hadn't been done for years.
That's right.
And you were doing other things and you weren't taking care of yourself.
It went for, and don't quote me, I think it was 10 years or something where there wasn't an increase. Now, I wasn't, and again, I'm part of it, I was part of it. I wasn't for all the big increase at one time. That's what the others wanted, so we did it.
And they went away.
And, well, but the issue was that even after that increase, we still weren't where we needed to be.
Oh, that's true, but.
Still weren't where, and
Put yourself in on this side of the podium.
that's my point, Darla. That's the point I'm trying to make. The only thing we're looking at is that we got a big increase one year
Right.
to make up for the 10 years that there wasn't anything. And nothing happened since that time. And at least one lost their position because of that big increase. I know what the one sitting here did.
Sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Mark, would you entertain, an amendment to provide for a a COLA in addition to keep the salary the same, but, allow for a COLA each year.
Well, obviously, I think in the parliamentary procedure process, you can offer an amendment anytime you want to. And then we can decide whether we want to approve that amendment or not, but,
So, I
I'm
would,
not sure Kelly's gonna be all ready for
I would
those votes, but.
offer an amendment, and this is what we'll vote on first, an amendment that provides for, a COLA for the commissioners for the years that we are
So
discussing.
you're just basically amending your initial motion, right?
They've
I'm
already got a
amending
second,
his
we've gotta
motion.
amend the
That
second
has to be
first.
voted.
We got a
My
second.
amendment needs
Yeah,
to be
you
voted on
Officially,
first.
he's amending the main motion.
Right, so my amendment would need to be voted on
And then the
first,
second would also have to
and
be
then,
amended.
and then Mark's.
That's right.
So whoever second it needs to amend their second.
Mark is your
No,
second, or,
This is gonna be a whole separate motion.
Right.
It's an amendment to the main motion.
But
This
the
is my
amendment is
old
addressed first, and then,
parliamentary procedure days.
that's
Okay.
correct.
I haven't had to deal with that for a long time. So.
I have
we've
a
got
question.
Yeah,
I don't have a second yet, I don't think, to my amendment.
yes, ma'am.
Did I have a second for your motion?
the original you did,
Who was
Mike,
it?
Mike.
Mike.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah.
So,
So we had a motion and a second to pay the $24,893. We now have an amendment to the main motion to add
As
a
Matt.
COLA increase
for the years in question,
for each year.
that's, yeah.
And so,
If it's
And-
given.
If
If-
it's given.
if there's, right, based on the
That's right.
other employees.
Parliament procedure requires Mike to second that amendment.
I don't think so, but,
No.
we need a second.
Yeah.
We do need a second. Doesn't have to be him though.
Well, that's hard.
So, is there a second to the idea of offering a COLA in the,
I'll second it, just to move it along.
okay? So we have a motion, we have an amendment to the main motion, and we have to discuss at this point the amendment only.
That's correct. We are not
Whether or
voting on
not
the
we
main
wanna
motion.
do it, we're discussing the amendment only, and then we're gonna vote on the amendment only.
Well, we have to vote on the original motion first, don't we?
No, no, the amendment first, cause that's the addition, that's the change.
Okay, all right.
And,
all
and
right.
if it passes, then we vote on
Jason's
the main
saying-
motion
is shaking
with
his
the
head.
amendment.
Right.
Okay.
We're
So if
voting
it-
on the amendment only.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion on that? So the amendment would be to add a COLA
When a cost of living
is
is
given to the.
given, that the commissioners also will get that cost of living increase.
Right. So that's the, amendment to the main motion. Okay, so
Are we
we're
open?
voting on the amendment. Let's go ahead and vote.
Didn't take mine.
I know a guy that can open the thing of batteries here.
I need, mine's about out of battery
We've
too.
gone so long that the batteries are.
All right, the
Motion
amendment
fails.
All right,
I'll
The
read
motion
out the
fails,
nays.
so that-
Harris, Blue, Reisig.
that's the amendment fails.
2
And
to
s-
3 fail.
Now we can vote on the motion.
Right. Now we go,
Yes, that's
now we go
right.
back to the main motion of, $24,893
Okay,
for 4 years.
okay. Can I open?
Ready for us?
Yeah, we ready to vote?
Okay.
Go ahead.
You have 4 yeses, 1 no, and the nay being Meyer.
Okay,
No, I voted yes.
No, you didn't.
It's not how it's reading.
now, do you
That's 20
feel,
bucks.
do you feel warm and fuzzy?
I thought I voted, well, never mind.
I
Well, it
almost
is.
did
You
that the
told me
first
that
time,
was
but
20
I got
bucks.
it fixed.
It is, I know that.
Oh my God.
Wow.
And so now the next one's for the chairman, and I don't care what you do with that.
Okay, we have that one. How's it worded? I mean, it was
27.
like a percentage.
27,382.
I think it was,
Do the
it
math, Mark.
was 10%, I believe, when that first went in.
Robert.
If you figure it out.
You have it, 27,382.
Right.
and it
was
stays
27.
the same.
She's calling you.
No, I know.
Oh, you
I
know.
don't have a calculator. Well, I have a calculator, but it doesn't, again, it doesn't matter to me what you do. You can cut it to what yours is, you
24.89.
can do whatever, or less, I don't care.
So how much is it now, Mark?
27, 382.
I make a motion, we leave the chairman at
27,382.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for the chair to be 27,382. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
Inimipsa. Okay, go.
I did it again.
I was gonna vote no, but then I thought that'd be taken the
I
wrong
did
way.
it again.
People would think I want more.
A little levity at this time of the night.
But the motion's carried.
That's good.
So do we have one more left?
I don't think so.
Everybody's getting paid now.
I believe that takes care of all of them. Are you in agreement with me, Kelly?
I think so.
There's nothing on the backside here. All elected officials get, the benefits, the same benefits as the other county employees, including commissioners, which is surprising.
We voted not to do that.
I don't, state statute says that you get
What are you
the
reading
same,
off of?
the back of your
My
resolution.
stuff? Okay.
You get the same what, Mark?
You get the same benefits as other county employees.
It is available to you.
Right.
No, it says shall receive.
The availability of health insurance.
Yeah, we don't have to take it, we don't
Yes.
have to take it, but
You have
all
to
the
offer
others are, says shall receive the same coverage.
We're
this-
eligible
on
for all of those
insurance,
coverages.
the same healthcare benefits,
We're eligible for all.
and all the others, the same benefits. So. All right, let's
Okay,
try and wind
so-
this thing up.
Okay, I have a question though.
Yeah.
Because on the agenda, I didn't have you take an action on each paragraph on its own like you did. So, now that you've established the salaries for your elected officials, can we go back and take action on the actual item I had on the agenda for the salary recommendations?
Yeah, you know
And
what,
to prepare the whole resolution?
yeah, and
All
what
right, I would, all right, we'll keep it moving.
I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah, what I wish we'd have done was called those all, tentative approvals, and then done it all with the resolution at the end,
okay.
but it doesn't matter.
I
We can still do
I
it.
would move for the,
Preparation of the resolution?
preparation of the resolution, from the previous motions
Okay,
for all elected officials and the board.
thank you, Ken.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second,
Hang on just a second for me.
okay?
I think I'm getting tired. Okay, finally, I'm so sorry.
Now you ready?
All right, we have a motion and a second
Yes,
to, have the clerk prepare the resolution that would correspond with all of the,
Previous
salaries that we've already approved. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to do that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote.
you have 5 yeses.
Motion's carried, so you can, yeah,
Here's my chance, I could have.
prepare that resolution.
Have
if you need me to come in and sign it, I think it was just approved, so. If it's necessary, if it's not necessary,
I think
that's
it's a
fine
full
too.
board, isn't it? Resolution?
I don't remember, well, I might have it here.
Oh, it is not.
Alright,
I'll call you.
alright, let me know. Okay, so that gets us down to, I believe, the last item, which is to
Moving to
discuss and
November.
consider moving November second regular meeting to Monday, November 9th, due to the 2026 election on November 3rd.
It's a little
Kelly?
early, isn't it, for that? Isn't it a little early in the year?
I think she's wanting to be sure she
Well,
can
no
move
matter
it
what, I'm
for
not,
advertising
this room will
line.
not be available on November second. I'll be setting up for an election.
That's why she wants it, cause she needs this room.
I move
Oh,
that
I
we
realize it just seemed like
moved,
it's a long way down the road.
I move that we
Man, I don't even
moved,
buy green bananas anymore.
I move that we move the regular November board meeting for 2026 to November 9th.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to move the November 2nd meeting to November 9th, which is the following Monday. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote.
You have 5
Is that what
yeses?
you wanted, Ken?
Motion's carried.
Excuse me? Is that what you
Did you
wanted?
make the right
I
vote,
think so.
Ken?
All right, and,
It's the battery.
so then we'll go to old business, time clock plus, and payroll processes. Any update?
I'm just worried about my salary.
You want to get the update?
We were on a team call today with MIPS, and they're gonna come here next week
Help.
and start training us. They're gonna do a conversion for us on the 12th, and then training will begin on the 13th, and they will be here, they plan on being here in person on the 13th.
They're bringing in a whole new time clock system.
No, this is gonna be,
No.
this is gonna be for the accounts payable and the
Oh,
payroll.
bite your tongue.
So step one,
Okay, so it's part of the
We're gonna do that.
payroll process,
right,
okay?
And
So
it-
we're working on it, is the story,
correct,
okay?
yep.
And then, the next item is USDA Wildlife Services. Anybody get
we
new
will
info?
turn that over to Russ and Mike. They were at the
never
conference.
saw anybody down
Nobody even brought it up, and nobody wanted to discuss it.
Never saw any.
Did you
any-
bring it up?
I talked to a
I
couple
walked through the,
Okay.
I walked through the, vendors and I never saw anything in there with anybody.
Okay,
and I talked to a couple of commissioners of other counties, they weren't even interested.
okay, so are we just
When is
not
our
gonna do
next,
anything?
when is our next regional meeting?
Regional what?
Well, the Panhandle meeting of the
June,
NACO.
I-
In March?
March?
Yeah.
Well, let's leave it on till then,
Okay,
and we'll get it,
thank you for
cut
the
and dry.
direction.
yeah, so. Alright,
Okay,
Good
alright, and then next one is.
Public
Public comments. Is there anyone here from the public that wants to speak?
you wore him down.
Don't s- Yeah, we beat him up.
We left.
Seeing none, we'll proceed, board and staff reports. We'll go this way. Robert, have anything for us?
Just one thing to add, when I was at NACO, I was actually able to, view a budget package that MIPS has to offer. It's actually been out there and available.
Do you know I've been asking for that for like 5 to 7 years?
Right.
Good job.
Yeah, so I saw it. It's fantastic. It was actually, it was built in conjunction with the state auditor, their office, so it has bells and whistles in it to help us stay compliant in our actual document that we submit to the state. So the good news is, well, we won't be rolling it out when we do the accounts payable, but on the heels of that, we're gonna be rolling it out. I've already had several conversations with them, but Matt, in our call today, said they can't do it at the same time. But we will have it available when we start our budget process in April.
Preparing our new budget.
Correct.
Okay?
Robert,
Yep.
Good.
another, I would have had that back history entered for you by now if they'd have given it to me on the
I know,
AS 400
know.
like I
It is-
requested.
Yeah, it is gonna require, so we can get all the current information, we can pull in the accounts payable, we can pull in the treasurer's office, but we're gonna have to enter, I think, 4 years worth of information. to a certain degree. I don't think it's gonna be too extensive, but there's gonna be a fair amount of data entry.
I love data
But-
entry.
We have a lot of elected officials here.
My appointment or my department can help with anything.
Yeah, I love data entry.
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay.
So I think it's gonna be a big win for the county.
Budget system is amazing.
Yeah, and it's
I mean,
abs-
we've seen it for years. It's gonna help you guys do the budget.
It's gonna be
a
a
lot.
big
It's gonna
time
be a big
saver.
improvement.
and the good news is it's zero additional cost to the county.
Great.
Yeah. That's it
All
for
right.
me.
Well, we appreciate all your willingness to help with that.
Yeah.
So,
How did you get that deep? I don't believe that part.
What?
Zero cost.
That's right, because it's actually part of the accounts payable package.
Part of the clerk's package.
Well,
package.
cause when
So
I
we've just
looked at
never-
it, it was like
Yeah.
$40 a month, which is basically zero,
minimal,
but,
pretty minimal, but,
Yeah, I was told zero, so.
okay.
okay.
All right. Jason, you have anything for? No. Okay.
Wrap
Sheriff?
it up.
Sheriff, do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay, and Troy?
I know Heather has something.
All right, come on.
I spoke with 3 of you this afternoon. Every month I give you guys a loan sheet, and part of this ties back to the discussion that Robert and I had about making the bond payment today, where we decided that we have enough money with our borrowing capacity within the capital improvements fund to be able to borrow the money from the capital improvements to make the bond payment. But I did another spreadsheet that you don't normally get. And it's just kind of where every department's at that has funds out. You two are the only 2 that didn't get it this afternoon. But just to let you know, I just talked to the sheriff. He's gonna try and see if he can make some phone calls, find out where some of our detention center money is, because they're the biggest, and then we'll have to work on the rest of them. But I just thought I would maybe give you a better picture of where we're at and which funds we're waiting for.
And I would just say, you already know, I think Robert knows, but I was strongly against the idea of moving those bond payments back another year. And, you made it happen, and I appreciate all that, so,
And thank you guys for all of your discussion on the salaries. We do appreciate it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Even though I lost, you still like it?
What?
Even though I lost, you still like it?
I still like
It
it,
might-
even though you, we honestly
Make it a little better.
we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Says a lot.
Okay, you wanna say something?
Well, I just got notified about this. And so the detention center's down about 623,000. That represents about 2 months of US Marshals payments. And I suspect that it has something to do with the government shutdown, but I don't know. But as Heather said, the last time I found out about this, I made a phone call and got fixed quickly.
Seemed like
So,
you did the last time,
I-
seemed like you
yeah,
got some cash.
well, I know who to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, try
and-
that again.
And so I just found out about this tonight. I'll be talking to somebody tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll find
Appreciate
out
it.
where the holdup is.
Right.
So at least I can explain that to you.
Tell him to say hello to Melania for us,
Yeah,
all right?
yeah, okay,
Sounds good.
okay.
Appreciate it.
Goes to the top.
Ms. Darla?
I have nothing other than thank you very much.
Heather, anything more? Heather?
I don't have anything.
No? Jean?
Thank you very much, much appreciated, and I will tell you, we're probably looking at another increase in documentary stamp taxes due to the penny shortage and whatever possessed the legislature to increase it such a strange amount, 7 cents.
7 cents, right?
I have no idea, so they're probably looking at bumping it up a little bit.
It'll take care of the detention center shortage.
Yeah, 3 cents.
And please remember
7
to
cents.
come forward when you
7
speak.
cents at a time.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Sorry.
It's okay. In the
Kelly.
future,
Anything from you?
no, thank you.
Matt?
I don't have anything other than, I would have liked to have attended the NACO conference. And those of you that were able to go, I'm curious to just pick your brain on what you learned from doing it. the other thing that I, mentioned, you know, with, the holiday, not knowing what days county, personnel were gonna get off. I didn't realize that they didn't know up until, you know, that
Trump,
week.
till
Well,
Trump
you know,
changed it.
but I would say that in the future, if we could, as a board, look at those dates. And I understand it's driven by what the federal government says and what the state
That's
government
what's gonna
says.
hinge it all, so you
I-
just
I
wanna
know
wait,
that.
you just wanna wait it out.
Okay, so, and I'm new to it, but I just thought if we could look ahead and we're able to tell the county officials, look, this is what we're thinking. you
I would
know.
like to speak to this, unless you are already gonna
No,
say
go
it.
ahead.
You took federal and state
Out of the,
language out of our
that's just what I was gonna say.
personnel
So
manual.
we don't have to follow the federal and the state. But in some departments,
No.
They can't communicate.
That's not
can't
true on
communicate.
Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve specifically says, Gene, you tell me, it says, if the federal government or the state government shuts down for Christmas Eve, we will take Christmas
Okay.
Eve
Okay.
off.
That's the one.
Right.
I thought we took that out.
But then he also took off Friday. And our
Okay.
personnel manual doesn't allow for that, and so we were open.
Okay,
And we have planned 20 years in advance in our personnel policy manual. The story is, other people have changed it on us. And then sometimes when that gets changed, then sometimes these folks want it changed. I don't, but, okay,
Well, and I just thought I'd ask. So,
okay, but it's in the personnel
Yeah.
policy manual.
You know, one
What
thing
we
that,
get off and what we don't.
one thing that would be very good, while I agree with all of that, is just making sure that we all have the appropriate communication plan in place, rather than all of the elected officials calling various ones of you. It's like, there needs to be a plan for the board to make a decision, communicate that to someone, or whoever that designated person is, so we can get the communication out quickly, rather than bits and pieces. And I know, you know, what I did and Lisa did, we tried to reach out to everybody to get their input before a decision was made, you know, from the board, so the board could decide. But if we had some planning in advance to know how we would handle that.
Right.
Another thing would be very similar to that is if, you know, if we could ever get some snow around here, if we ever had a snow day, what's the process, right, you know? What's the process if we have a really bad blizzard
Well,
for the board to do
we
that?
can-
there is a process.
Two of us can tell you what the process is.
What's that?
Cause we've gone through it more than once.
okay,
Right.
so, as soon as Donald called our holiday, and it's in the policy, you will also give us that day, then we knew, right?
You should have known.
Yeah, we should.
You should have immediately known you had Christmas Eve off.
Yeah, but we didn't know about Friday,
Right.
and that's,
No.
yeah.
No, and
No.
that was the questionable one that people were asking about.
Right.
Was Friday.
Yeah, as far as
But the-
snow days are concerned, between at least two of us and others, but I would get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, drive the roads. Mark would be out driving the roads. We'd be in contact with the road superintendent. We'd be in contact with the superintendents from both school districts.
Yeah.
Are you gonna open, you gonna close? Administrator from Gearing, administrator from Scotts Bluff, and try to get everybody's, what's going on, so that one person isn't doing something different. And then the decision was made.
And then
That's how.
somewhere we have a policy that says, I believe it says the chairman decides.
We'll make that
He's
decision.
that's the,
The buck stops there.
the buck stops there ultimately. But Lisa was involved heavily because she was communicating to everybody.
Right.
And, Jay was involved, and then all those other people that you talked
Yeah.
about.
My point is, it doesn't hurt to dust off those things. so
Yeah, we oughta
'Cause it's
pull
gonna
that back out
I
long.
agree.
There's one other caveat on snow days, and that caveat is the courthouse.
Right.
Because that courthouse is a county building, but if the courts say we're having court today, then they're having court today.
Right.
That was the reminder
Regardless
that
of what
I
day.
always had to make. Make sure you're talking to Darla and Diane.
Yeah, because if they're open, then to me, there's a good chance we're gonna be open.
Come on up.
Yeah.
Well,
So we used to have a telephone number
to call
to
Inclement
call.
weather number.
Is it still
633
valid?
work. Off work.
It doesn't work. So,
Yeah, maybe that's an idea. A lot of companies have an inclement weather hotline,
yeah,
so you have a number you can call
I
in.
think there's really only been one time where we were told, stay home. And that's when the snowmageddon,
Call it.
we had that big meeting over at Scotts Bluff. I don't even know when that was.
Offices and courthouse are open for business 8 a.m.
Oh, it
to
does work.
4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Forever.
not been
So
updated, but we've
whoever, maybe
Maybe even me, yeah.
you can figure out how to do that. Cause that was helpful at least.
Yeah, and Lisa did that, right?
Yeah, that's her voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lisa was, she
I'll
was
talk to her
highly
about it.
involved with that.
Yes, that was Tim Newman.
It was what?
Tim Newman did this.
So part of the
This is from
emergency
Tim.
management too.
But
That's
I
right.
thought it was part
Yeah,
of
and you
that
just tell everybody to
EMS.
call in by a certain
There's a
time.
piece to that EMS.
Yeah, this isn't part of that.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, I need to pull that out as my checklist that I had to go
Yeah,
down
that's
through, and like you said, there's 20 people that can help give good input to that subject, and, sheriff is one, and law enforcement in general, like you said. And, you know, that big, what'd you call it, Armageddon?
Snowmageddon.
Snowmageddon or whatever, you know, I was really, really opposed to closing down before we'd seen one snowflake.
But guess what?
But it was the right decision.
It really was. And then recently when we did it, we've done it recently, right? Where that was silly.
Yeah.
And you
We've
were
had a few
mad
of
at
those.
yourself.
Right.
I just felt it in my
Right.
soul. You were mad.
The last time was last year, you let us come in early when it was so bitter cold that one day,
Yeah, it's cool.
which was actually very helpful.
It's helpful to some people it's not necessary for.
It's not always necessary, but it's helpful when you give people a little bit extra time to get to work.
Well, I know that, they all want it every day, but I like it every day too.
I have some people who will take every single day of vacation that they can,
I
and
know.
I have some that
That
you
don't.
have to beg them to take it, so
Yeah,
that's
I know.
how it is.
That's
All
the way
right.
I used to be.
So, where,
I think
did
we're
you
at
give
Ken.
yours yet?
We're at Ken.
We're at Ken, I think.
Unless
me out?
Yeah.
Matt was done.
I don't have any.
I really don't have anything about meetings that I've been attending. Most of them were put off over the holidays. Got several coming up. I've got, I wanna say, PAD, and not PAD,
Will you remind them?
Panhandle Public Health.
Will you remind them that you have your detention center tour? Cause I forgot.
The what?
Detention center tour next meeting.
Oh, yeah. Detention center tour next meeting.
Right.
Has to be done this month, so, okay?
When is it?
Next.
Our next meeting.
After we are done with our next meeting, we'll recess and you guys will go over
We
there.
go over there.
Okay.
Okay.
I know that I
Right.
saw
And
it,
we-
but I didn't.
It's on the next
We
meeting.
should maybe do a more thorough walkthrough since it'll be Matt's first time.
I don't know, I might have been in there before.
I don't remember seeing you.
All right, I think that's all of mine.
I have nothing to report.
Russ?
Just other than, you know, I had a good time in NACO, you know, there.
Oh, yeah.
You want to go ahead and
Hey,
talk about
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
hey. You guys.
Oh, yeah, I did go to NACO conference. It's one of the biggest attendances they had at one of their conferences.
Oh, yeah.
I was able to attend all the board things. They were pretty good. I also took in some of the Veteran Service Office and some of the emergency management sessions. So overall, it was a very, very good conference. And
Okay, you had your full agenda, right? Do you think, like, when you know that, do you think you guys could divvy out, like, you go to hear what they have to say about this, and Russ go to this, and?
Well, we don't,
We don't really have to do that, cause most times it isn't so much that we can't hit them all. you know.
Okay. Well, it
Most of the
just
thing-
looked like there was a lot, I mean, when it came to stuff that Steve Baird was gonna have to go to, and they had the highway superintendent and all the weed superintendent
Yeah.
stuff, there's no way he could have made
do
everything
both.
that there was out there.
At most NACO meetings, there's actually very little for some of the board. Sometimes they have maybe 1 or 2 sessions. So what I do to fill out my time, I go to other departments, like I'll go to Veteran Service Office or Emergency Management, or I might go to, my next thing I wanna go to is, next time I go is to like the Roads Department and listen to one of their sessions, so I can kinda ground myself
Right.
in all aspects. But this time they had a really full agenda for board members.
Good.
But I still able to slip out and do a few other things, so it was really good.
I make a lot of connections. I get out, I meet several board members close by, Dawes County, Morrill County, Garden County commissioners.
It's good for us.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
really good to meet those people and you find out how they do things, and, I learn a lot. I find it's really well worth the time to go to that. Plus all the meetings and
Well, and the good
the
food.
vendors,
and the
you
good
you
free
meet a
food.
lot of vendors, you find stuff that, you don't really find on the internet. I mean,
Do
there's
you have
some-
any mixed pids?
And I'll tell you another thing too, Brenda Lacey did an excellent job down there. She showed us several, of her light, I don't know what you call them, sculptures,
Right.
plastic light sculptures. I don't know if you guys have been in her office and seen. It would pay you to go look in her office at some point, stop by there. They are excellent. She's really done a good job with that. She had everybody stopping and talking to her. I mean, not only was she giving away candy, but they were over to see those. And
She actually had a very professional and interesting setup. I mean, it caught my eye, and I know other people were stopping and looking at her setup because it was very well done.
Yeah, it was done well.
So are these
looks like
items that are part of tourism then? you're
Yes,
saying?
they're a tourism
Yeah.
deal, and they've got Scotts Bluff County, they have, I think, does she have Chimney Rock? I think
Yeah.
she's got several different,
Yeah.
she can have anything made that you want, but it has a light comes up through it, and it's a really neat,
I'll have to go check.
yeah, there's something different. And,
Good.
they're cheap, but they're really effective for tourism.
Anything else?
No, like I said, with Christmas holidays and stuff, the meetings that I went to were short and quick, and
Yeah,
they were,
mine too.
there wasn't a lot of business to be done at the end of the year. I mean, I think everything had pretty well been established, and there wasn't a lot of business held.
So the next item is legislation. I always, NACO always taken care of that for us pretty well. And so, but does anyone have anything that they wanna add about
Kelly, what do you know
legislation?
about it? You're on the NACO board, tell us about it.
Anything on legislation we need to know about?
It starts on Thursday,
Right.
right? The 7th.
It starts on Thursday. I know that I'm the head of the Treasurers Legislative Committee.
Wednesday, the
The
7th.
treasurers are going to have a conference call to go over our legislation. I know that NACO plans on meeting with each affiliate group and going over all of their proposed changes. And so it's kind of one of those things that's just we'll have to see how it goes. But I would expect, them to do the inheritance tax bills as usual and go after counties when.
I thought there was, in that, they send out a newsletter every Friday, and I thought there was something in there about, the inheritance tax.
Yeah.
I always just depend on them to be on top of things
And-
for us.
They will start sending out, if you're subscribed to the NACO emails every week, they will start sending out a NACO legislative email, and that has a lot of good information. The one legislative change that we had that changed January 1st was the veterans exemption. So that's in place.
Right.
So veterans with even zero disability can come in without having to fill out an exemption form and get motor vehicle tax for free on one vehicle per year. So that's huge.
But they have to be registered through the state
You
of.
have to be registered in the state
Nebraska
veterans
as a
system.
veteran.
The best way to do that is go down to the Veteran Service Office and have them
Matt
go
is
through
going
it.
to be very busy this year.
501c3s have to do that.
But that's gonna be huge. You're talking about 93 vehicles being exempt in the state last year to probably over 41,000 in the
Wow.
next year.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a huge change.
Big deal, yeah. All right. All right, well, I appreciate everyone's help. I'm gonna call it a done deal. We're adjourned.
I told you there's some times we're here at 9. Remember that?